Hey, everybody. I see TJ's already waiting back there. Uh, and so you guys can officially welcome back TJ here in just a second. Um, I'm hoping that he and I can do a lot of these streams together. I hope we don't run out of shows that we both like, that we can both talk about. Sorry, adjusting my camera there. Uh, hey, Rob. Hey, X Ray. So X Ray says, let's be real, Monsters was always the Wish version of Tales from the Dark Side. That's an interesting point that you bring up, X Ray, because it's been a long while since I revisited these Monsters episodes. So this was kind of like watching them all new and fresh for me. And I was shocked at how much darker I remember a lot of these episodes being, especially one that we're going to talk about tonight, which is entitled, I believe, Holly's House. And TJ, he's following along with that theme because it's TJ's house. Yeah, that episode is called Holly's House. Um, really creepy episode, but we'll get to that in a second. Actually, you also say, I can't be alone in thinking the monster family in the intro needed their own episode or series. Oh, there's no doubt about that. That was, in my opinion, one of the best intros to a show ever was the monster family. Hey, Rob. Hey, Texas. And Rob's saying Texas at Cam should be delivered Friday. So soon Texas is going to have his very own webcam. So then Wes will really be telling him he has no excuse for coming in on video. Yes, X-Ray. Holly's House is one of the more disturbing episodes, at least of the ones that TJ and I watched for this time around. Exactly, X-Ray. You say it feels like what Child's Play remake should have been like with the twist. Yep, that would have been awesome. The Child's Play remake probably wouldn't have been so bad if it had been more like that episode of Monsters. But I am going to add TJ and we'll get started here in just a second. Just wanted to remind everybody, if I seem off of my game tonight, I'm trying to, stick with it and stuff. But today was my grand's funeral. So that's still, pretty fresh in my mind and stuff. But I like to do things that keep my mind busy, and I like to hang out with people like in the chat. And I always like talking to TJ, so that will help me. So hold on a minute. I think I'm gonna have to get Brandon and bring him back here with me so he won't wake Steve up. One moment, guys. Brandon, come on, baby. Well, not back here, but lay down your bed, okay? So, anyway, I'm back now. I did get the green screen in, but we didn't get home until about 6 o'clock or so. And I knew I had to finish up watching a few episodes of Monsters so I'd be all ready for this. So, the green screen's over there. It's unboxed, but I just didn't have a chance to set it up. So, maybe the next stream I do, I will be able to do that. Oh, thank you, X-Ray. My place of employment, good old Smile Doctors, they asked me about the funeral arrangements and stuff, and they sent a very nice plant for the funeral. So Steve actually let me know that they had sent it because I guess he was up front looking at all the flowers and stuff like that. And he said, you see that tree plant there with the bow on it? I was like, yeah. He said, well, your work sent that. So that was really very nice of them to do that. Um, hey, Blissful. X-Ray, you say Child's Play remake was awful, had that awful James Gunn type dialogue where all the characters sound like the same douche. Yeah, pretty much. Um, thank you, Rob. Um, thank you, Texas. Yeah, it was really nice of them. I haven't even been with Smile Doctors that long, but it was nice. Um, I'm not sure who's going to get that. I was afraid if I took it home, I would kill it. So I don't have a green thumb. So I told my mom and dad about it, hoping that they would claim it and take it. But I don't know. Somebody else may get it. DJ says even Aubrey Plaza couldn't say that remake. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and add TJ here. Hey TJ.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, he's got his vampire teeth in. Have you gone Martin on us?
Well, no, I'm not that depressed.
I hope not. But there are at least two, I think, vampire episodes in the bunch that we're going to talk about tonight. So that totally fits in. Oh man, Rob's got homework. He says I can't hang out for long due to homework, so I have to bail on a bit. Well, homework's more important, and you can always watch this later, Rob.
I'm not going to talk with these, so I took them out.
That would have been a unique way to do the show, though. But
maybe the next one I'll do that.
So, TJ, you said that you were borrowing. Did you say you were borrowing your friend's set of Monsters episodes?
Yeah, I got the box set here.
Cool. Is that the box set that's got like the eyeball or whatever on front?
He just gave me the.
He just gave you
the cases. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
One of them we'll be seeing this. We'll be talking about this episode.
Yeah. Yep. We certainly will. That was one of the ones I had to catch up on. I watched a lot of them last night, and then had to run through the rest of them before we started.
Yeah, just since we're gonna do the first 12, right? So.
Yeah, first 12. Because, as I said, when we started the Tales from the Dark Side stuff.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
That was not a smart idea. And I put the blame on myself for that because I thought, yeah, hey, we can do this. No, you can't. So we learned the hard way.
I brought my candy critters to eat.
All right.
Oh, wow, candy critters.
Are those like gummies?
Yeah.
Something or other, scorpions or something that looks.
Yeah, I think the ones on the show were like alligators or crocodiles, and I know they had really long tails. So I tried to find those on Amazon. They had them, but the reviews were terrible, and I wasn't gonna get them till next week anyways. And I was like, forget it. So I just got like random bugs.
Well, that works. I like those. Those look like those things you can get at, or you used to could get at. Was it Spencer's or something that had those things like that?
Probably. I'm just going to do this to illustrate. No. What's on TJ's face? Nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing going on there. Rob says he has to watch Mulholland Drive. Don't feel too bad for me. LOL. Well, Steve, this morning before we left, he was watching that new... I guess it's a show, Dead Ringers. I guess kind of loosely based on David Cronenberg's movie of the same name. It was pretty good. I mean, a lot of the F word was used in it. I mean, It's been a while since I watched Cronenberg's Dead Ringers movie, so I don't know if the F word was used a whole lot in that, but this one episode was just this one woman was saying it like every breath she was saying it. And so I was like, okay, but whatever.
That's how I normally talk, but I'm keeping it, keeping it PG for YouTube.
Even a PG or PG-13 or
Yeah. Would you like a PG-13 relationship?
yeah. Let's see. Thank you, Kelly. You say so sorry about your grand. Really thoughtful gesture from your work. Yes, it was. Steve thought that his work was going to send something too, but he didn't see anything. He said they asked him about the funeral arrangements as well, but maybe they figured, well, it wasn't Steve's grandmother, it was Dana's grandmother, so maybe that was their thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, I private messaged you about that because I didn't know if you were going to talk about it, and I'm sorry that the funeral was stay. I mean,
not a big deal. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. I mean, the funeral was a big deal, obviously, but
yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. There was, you know what I meant.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna order the monster box set, and I was looking at prices like $200, and I was like, "F that S."
Yeah. No, I think when I bought my box set, it was really cheap. So that must have become rare between the time I got mine and now.
And if I didn't borrow the box set, it's free on Amazon. So if you have
okay, gotcha.
Prime Video, it's on there for free, the whole series.
Blizzle said she thought those things were lizards. I don't know.
Yeah, they were lizards or crocodiles or something like that. Yeah.
Something similar. Yeah. Oh yeah. J7 says he can't believe how much the Monsters DVD set went up. He remembers buying it new for $60 on Amazon. I don't even think I paid that much. Maybe it was on sale or something. Robbie said, yeah, I've heard really good things about the new Dead Ringers. I'm still apprehensive. It's one of my favorite Cronenberg films. Yeah, I remember, like I said, it's been a while since I've seen the Dead Ringers movie. But I remember really liking it, though. And I think I've got it on DVD.
Yeah, that, what movie did they make into it? Oh, they remade Flatliners, which I thought was...
I don't think I even watched that.
Yeah, no.
I like the original.
It's not as good as Evil Dead Rise, which I'm surprised you like that. I wish I was on the stream when you were talking about it. I don't want to bring that up right now,
but well, I mean, if you want to, and can TJ, next Monday I'm going to be doing like a free for all. It's not spoiler free. Anybody and everybody, as many people as we can fit in here, can come on live on the stream and talk about it. I just wanted to kind of get everybody's thoughts on it. But the reason I'm waiting a little bit is just to give most people a chance to watch. I figured the people that really wanted to see it will have seen it by then. And I've also got a disclaimer that it's not going to be spoiler free. We're going to throw everything out there.
TikTok and YouTube are already doing spoilers, and they're posting clips, and like how do you get clips? And they look like good. They're not like when they did with all the Scream clips where they were like of somebody had recorded it and then they were sharing the. But this was like release quality clips, and I'm like, where'd you?
I wonder if they know somebody on the inside, or
maybe I don't know, but they should go to jail for that.
Kelly says she's never heard of, I guess, Monster. She said, what channel was it shown on? I'm trying to remember what channel it was on when it, maybe CBS, because I think CBS DVD put it out. I think they did Tales from the Dark Side and stuff. So,
well, it was syndicated, so it was on probably whoever's local channel at the time when it was out in 88, 89, 90.
And it may have gotten, shown on, I think like Tales from the Dark Side showed on like the Chiller channel and the Sci-Fi channel and all that stuff at one time or another. It may have showed on those.
Rubenstein was executive producer, so.
Yep. Oh, Dick Rubenstein, as CK would call him. Blissful, you said Kelly Howard, the T-shirt was Rugrat Chucky holding a Chucky head in one hand and a knife in another. LOL. I don't know if I ever told y'all about this shirt that I wanted so much to buy that used to be advertised in, I believe, Fangoria, maybe Gorezone too, whenever it was around. But it had like Freddie, Jason, and Michael Myers, I know, and they cut off Barney the dinosaur's head. And I just thought that was the most hilarious thing ever because I hated that damn Barney show. I don't think I really hated Barney so much. I just thought that the people that were grown people that were on that show, it was just, why would grown people want to be on a show like that, dancing around la 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 with a purple dinosaur? I don't know what kind. I really don't want to know what kind of people would do that.
Money?
Yeah, I
Like
don't
when
know.
they, like when they ask an actor, would you love to be in this series again, even though your character was killed off? Yeah, because I get paid.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that I got killed off. Let's see. Yeah, I want to see pictures too of that. um, X-Ray says the Fever Man episode, which is the first episode we're going to talk about, had Cronenberg as a director. Yes, I'm remembering that now.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, very reminiscent of Cronenberg. X-Ray says Monsters was syndicated. I believe it aired on Channel 11 here in New York City. Rob said he believes it was on a lot of channels. Dick Rubenstein has never ending quest for money. Texas, you say you think you remember that shirt. Yeah, that's been many moons ago. But so anyway, I think we'll go ahead and get started with the episodes. And I've actually got the Wikipedia list of Monsters episodes too, just to go by. So season 1 was from 88 to 89. And the Monsters shows premiered on October 1st, 1988 and ended on April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, 1991, with a total of 72 episodes over the course of 3 seasons. So there weren't very many seasons, but I'm guessing maybe the time, at least during the early 90s, for that kind of show had kind of run its course for a little bit. And
Yeah.
now they've kind of reinvented that kind of thing. But again, like I said, when we were talking about the Tales from Dark Side episodes, I don't think we'll ever see a return to really just that format again. I don't think that that's going to happen because, I don't. Oh, Curly Jaws might like it, and I know it seems like I'm picking on his generation, but um, I just don't think that generation would appreciate this kind of stuff. I think it's us a little bit older guys and gals that are going to really appreciate this kind of episodic television. So the first episode is called The Fever Man.
Directed by Michael Gornick, not David Cronenberg.
Oh, yep. That's
You know
right.
what? No, he might be confused. X-Ray might be confused about. There was a Friday the 13th series episode called Faith Healer.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's thinking.
I don't
X-Ray, I
know.
think that's what he's thinking about.
That played with my head. I thought, well, maybe Cronenberg.
Because I was like, yeah, I was pretty sure Gornick directed that, but yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Here he goes. Yeah.
This one was directed by Michael Gornick and written by Benjamin Carr. Sorry, I don't know who Benjamin Carr is.
It's fine.
Also, the special effects on this series were very good. And if you'll notice, when the shows come on, Dick Smith was like special effects coordinator on the episodes. And I saw names like the Chiodo brothers, on some of the episodes. And of course, the credits, I don't know if the credits went that fast when they were originally on.
Yes.
On these DVDs, they go.
They did. That's how it went. Yep. Yep.
So it's kind of hard to catch stuff unless you want to just sit there and pause it. And I didn't have quite that.
Dick Smith has a nice long-lasting credit, and then everybody else, yeah.
Exactly. So again, since TJ is my guest and my co-host on this, I'm going to let him get started with talking about
okay. Yes, the Fever Man. Also, what they there's a dedication that they play at the beginning of every episode.
Is that the Tom Allen or?
Yeah, he was a producer or something, and he had passed away during production. Mm-hmm. So in every episode, I think every episode, they have that credit in there, which is nice. But yeah, so the Fever Man. So it's about this guy has a sick child. It's set back in the probably the 20s or 30s, or maybe it's the 18th, maybe it's the 19th century. I don't know. It doesn't seem that. Anyway, his daughter's sick. He's tried everything. He's taken them to doctors. His friend of his is a doctor who's there with them. He's taken them to church. Nothing can save the girl, so they think it's pretty much gone, as well his doctor friend does. But the dad has heard about this guy called the Fever Man, who basically can cure you. So that's the premise. And he comes to the guy's house, and he has this old lady who's the housekeeper who answers the door, and is also the one who takes the money because this guy needs to get paid. So you think it's going to be a doctor situation, but the guy doesn't. He's not a doctor. He's a magic man, I guess you'd call him.
Yeah.
And he's going to take the fever out of the sick person, and he charges a lot of money. But his thing is so the doctor friend is calling him a charlatan and a fake, and how he just takes people's money. And the guy's like, he charges high prices because he doesn't want to have a conscience about. So he has a quote. He charges high and
I'm trying to
lips high, something like that. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it to make friends. He does it to, I don't know, assuage his guilt, or I don't know. We don't really get to a real backstory about him, so we don't really know what this, So he does it alone. The doctor friend and the father are out waiting, and they're hearing all the commotion going on, and the woman out, she's just like, yeah, this is what goes on. He's doing his thing in there, and you got to leave him alone, and you can't bother him, because if you bother him, it'll ruin what he's doing, and it could kill the child and all that stuff. So they're hearing all the commotion, and the doctor guy just can't take it. He thinks he's just screwing around in there. So he breaks the door down, and he sees the guy battling this giant, pussy, pimply, gross, obese monster that's basically wrestling him. Mm-hmm. And we find out that's the fever he's drawn out of the little girl.
Yeah.
And because they were interrupted, the fever now has gone back into the girl. But also, the Fever Man has been injured, and he can no longer do this. He can't fight the creature anymore. So he says to the doctor, "You have to do it now." Uh-huh. And he has this necklace, which is that's his power to fight these fever and creatures and whatever they are. And he's like, all right, you got to put this on now because you got to do what I was doing. And he's like, oh, I can't do it. He's like, oh, you will be able to. Don't worry about it. And if you don't, you'll die. Because that's the thing. He's like, well, you can't. What will happen if you can't cure her? He's like, if you can't cure her, do you give the money back? And they have like this like discussion about, well, you're a regular doctor. If your patient dies, do you give the money back?
Yep.
And he's all flustered and he doesn't know how to answer that question because, yeah, he won't give the money back. But he's like, well, if I don't cure this girl, we're both going to die. Mm-hmm. So flash back to him having the other doctor having to basically take over. So he puts on the necklace. He's like, well, the necklace is broken. He's like, oh, don't worry. You put it on and it'll take care of itself. And he puts the necklace on and the necklace fuses back together, and he fights the creature. The little girl survives. So there is a twist. I forgot how twisty Monsters is. It's still like even if there wasn't a twist, the stories are pretty interesting enough that you
don't necessarily need that. Sometimes you get a stinger instead of a twist.
Yeah, so maybe I won't give away the actual ending, but what's your? I like the episode too. I'm sorry, I forgot that part.
That's okay. I like the episode as well, and I remember when I first got this set in, I started trying to rewatch the episodes, and that's been a while. But I did watch this one and watch the Holly's House episode, which we're going to talk about next, because I remembered it when I started watching it. But the Fever Man episode, I really liked it. I liked the manifestation of the fever. It might seem kind of hokey to some people the way it looks, but how would you manifest a fever if this guy is actually supposed to be drawing the fever out? If it was a fever in the terms that we think of a fever, you wouldn't really be able to see it, would you? So I think that that's creative, the way that they manifested the fever into this monster, into this creature that he actually has to struggle with. And so I thought that was neat, and gives the special effects guys something to do, doesn't it? They get to build this big creature suit for somebody to put on and be the fever. But yeah, really good pilot episode to this series. Again, I know we're just getting started with it, but I really wish this series could have went on longer than 3 seasons. Some people might think things like Tales from the Dark Side may have went on a little long because they ran out of good episodes. But I think me and TJ kind of proved that, or I hope we did, when we were discussing all the Tales from the Dark Side episodes, when we got to that last season, I hope we were able to show that there were quite a few good episodes even at that late date. So yeah, really good intro pilot episode to this series, and I would recommend it. I mean, but I wouldn't recommend trying to buy that box set right now unless you want to spend $200.
If you have Amazon Prime or whatever, you can watch it for free. So
that would be a better instead. Or you could do like TJ and find a friend who has this box set, and you.
These are all DVDs. You could probably, well, I won't say what you could do, but that's illegal.
But you can do something. We're just not gonna say.
By the way, the Fever Man is David McCallum. I don't know if anybody knows the Man from U.N.C.L.E. TV series, but he was that was with Robert Vaughn. He was on that series. He was like the sex symbol of the series, I guess. If you like that sort of thing.
Let's see. X-Ray says Monsters wasn't bad, but it ain't worth that much money. Well, I'd have to agree.
Well, I mean,
Sadly, I'd have to agree with that. That's like overkill, I think. So I want to turn it back over to TJ to talk about the ending to this particular episode.
By the way, the young girl was what was her first name? But I think she might have been Michael Gornick's daughter because her last name's Gornick, and I'm gonna guess that might have been her. I couldn't find much information on her, but it's too much of a coincidence for her not to be related to him somehow. So
Gornick's not a familiar. I mean, that's not like a widely used name, I don't think.
And the creature was not a guy, so
Mm-hmm.
it was not a woman. It was a woman in a suit. It wasn't a guy. It wasn't a guy. So you would think,
That's
like,
interesting too. And come to think of it, the features when it did show the creature's face looked more feminine than they did. I thought something was different about them, and that explains why.
I would think the manifestation of a little girl would be a female.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, I think I think that makes sense. It's not like Ted Raimi as Henrietta.
Right.
Henrietta, she makes good pizza, by the way. If I can come on the stream Monday, we'll talk more about that. But,
yeah.
Anyway, so hi, Menelek.
Hey, Menelek.
So the rest of the episode, the Fever Man dies, and the Doctor now becomes the new Fever Man because once you put on that necklace, you are bound to it. And at one point, the Doctor asks, "Well, what if I decide not to use it?" And he's like, "No, you have to, or you'll slowly fade away," is what he says. So I'm gonna guess that you're gonna die with each non-usage, I guess. So I don't know if that's a drug allegory or because it's about a guy who's helping people, but then, I don't know.
And of course, David McCollum's character seems like, of course, he's trying to deal with a lot of heavy stuff. So hence his drinking habit
Yes.
that he's.
I think, yeah, he's trying. Well, that's what I'm wondering if that's sort of like, this is a deeper episode than maybe it looks on the surface, but then again, I would drink too if I had to, like,
me too.
fight all these creatures and save people's lives, and like he says in like I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember what the hell he exactly said, but he basically says if you just think about the money and you're doing it for the money and you're not getting too emotionally involved, it's easier to get through. But I think the fact that he's drinking means he's more involved than he's actually saying he is.
Mm-hmm. And so in that way, he's kind of, I'm not saying all doctors drink, but I've heard my mom talk about doctors that she remembers when she was a lot younger, that some of them, I don't want to get too deep into this. Some of them ended up killing themselves. Some of them became alcoholics. And it's just literally sometimes people just aren't strong enough to deal with the type of stuff that a doctor has to face every single day.
Yeah.
You have to tell people that their loved ones have died. You have to tell people they've got horrible diseases. I mean, I wouldn't want that job. I know we got to have doctors, but I know that I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
So, not to bring anybody down a whole lot. So we'll just.
Well, if you ever watched the show Grey's Anatomy, they had a bar right across the street from the hospital that was very busy.
I would imagine so. X-Ray says you have to be a UFC level trained fighter to be a Fever Man. Exactly.
Oh, and I like when the housekeeper, she's like, "I've been here forever, and I'm gonna keep doing it." And she's like all like cackling, and then the guy goes, "I like her. I appreciate her. I'm gonna miss her." He doesn't say that, but he's alluding to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And you wonder, does the Fever Man keep her alive? Because I mean, she was pretty dang old.
I think she was just old. She was gonna die.
So nobody was keeping her alive.
Well, he only helps people who are sick. I don't know if he can actually cure. Well, I don't know. That would be a good. somebody in the chat mentioned earlier would make a good movie. I could see really going in deep with the characterizations and stuff.
Blissful says the crystal necklace was interesting because in 88, 89, I got into crystals for healing and meditation. And that's probably why they put that in there, because crystals were probably big at that time period. I never had any crystals, but, you know, I'm not going to scoff at anybody that was into that kind of stuff. So TJ, is there anything else you wanted to bring up about Fever Man?
No, it's a good first episode. It definitely is a good anchor that got people. I don't know if it's not as good as Trick or Treat, but I mean, the first episode of Dark Side.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a really good first episode, and the monster's pretty cool. I think it helps that a couple of the episodes, the monsters aren't that great as far as special effects, but I think it's a very good first episode. I like the characters are good and the acting and everything.
I'm thinking that might have been due to them maybe not having as much money.
They had like $300,000 for each episode, which is that what it was? I think that's what it was. Which for the time was very low for a series.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they had to do a lot of tricks to do it the best they could, and you know, Dick Smith. I mean, that was probably a great person to have involved with you. That probably upped your not having a good budget to. Because supposedly, at least what I read on Wikipedia was Rubenstein didn't like the fact that the Dark Side episodes, people were saying, you know, the acting and the directing were the best parts of it, and he wanted to focus on the monsters more. I don't know if that's true or not, but kind of sounds like him. But you know,
yeah, it kind of does.
But I mean, so he did this show to more push the monster creature aspect, and I guess they did a portfolio of all the creatures they had done on Dark Side to kind of show, hey, we want to do the creatures, and we want them to be the center of the story. Mm-hmm. That's why when I was watching the first 12 episodes, I was like, a couple of these episodes, the monsters aren't like visually exciting for a show called Monsters, but I don't know.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. I don't know. My opinion, you know, I'm just some random guy talking on YouTube, but
well, I'm some random woman on here talking on YouTube. Oh, hey, 71.
Hi.
71's in here.
My numbers. I mean, 71.
So the next episode, and I just now noticed this, Holly's House. This is directed by Theodore Gershony, and if I am remembering right, that is the same director of Silent Night, Bloody Night. Not Silent Night, Deadly Night, but Silent Night, Bloody Night.
With Mary Warnoff.
Yeah. With Mary Warnoff, which a lot of people says is slow and plotting and boring and all that. But, you know, I thought that at first when I saw that movie. But then when I watched it a few years later, I was like, damn, this thing is really creepy. There were some really creepy moments in that movie. And I thought Mary Warnoff was fantastic in it.
She's always good.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen her put in a bad performance in anything. So I can truly understand if that's the same guy, and I'm pretty sure it is, that this one is very, very creepy in the same way that certain scenes of Silent Night, Bloody Night were creepy as well. Mm-hmm. And this one, like I said, is called Holly's House. And man, you know, it had been a while since I had seen this one, and it creeped me out. I mean, for a television show.
Yeah.
But I'm going to let TJ talk about it a little bit first.
So it's a TV kids show called It's Holly's House, and it's very Pee-wee's Playhouse. They even have a theme song, which I'm going to read the lyrics. I may be singing them, but I'm going to read the lyrics. I'm going to sing.
You're not going to
Henry Higgins the lyrics here. What's the house where the kids always show up? What's the house where we never have to grow up? What's the funniest house? What's the silliest house? It's Holly's house. Ha! It's Holly's house. It's Holly's house. Ha! It's Holly's house. It's a house where we all want to live.
And that's exactly how it was sang in the episode.
And the person who sings it exactly kind of like the Cyndi Lauper Pee Wee's Playhouse song. So they obviously are maybe not ripping it off because it's not really a kid show, but it's so it's Holly's house, and Holly's this a robotic little girl run by a puppeteer, and because my IMDb keeps going down, I don't have her friggin' name. The actress, she's in the Tales from the Dark Side episode, Ursa Major. Ursa Minor.
Oh, yeah.
The one with the one with the teddy bear. She plays the mother in that episode.
So that's Catherine Marilyn Jones.
Yeah. There we go. IMDb sucks.
I'm glad I don't have it on IMDb. I have the Wikipedia list on here.
Yeah, I couldn't find. Yeah, I can't. I'm terrible at these things. I had to go on. Oh, well. All cast and crew. Yeah, this isn't helping me. Sorry, I'm going to hold up the stream for
That's okay. Yeah, sometimes I have to do that stuff too. Is get my list all up and stuff.
Especially when we start getting into actors who you'll probably recognize.
Actually, Meatloaf's going to be on one of the episodes.
Yeah.
About tonight.
Well, that's an interesting episode.
Yeah, it is.
Why doesn't the Wikipedia come up? I keep getting I get lists of episodes. All right, this is good enough, I guess. Because I'm like, I want to know every single person that's in it, but the Wikipedia only gives you the basic people.
Yeah, it gives you like the I guess the main ones, but not everybody.
So, Catherine operates Holly, and she's also the star. She does the voice, and she's the star of the show. And it has her friend she's dressed up as a giant bird, so I'm guessing it's sort of like a big bird version.
And Perry Lang is in this, who plays Mike the mailman. And was Perry Lang in Alligator? Or am I just totally off base?
According to Wikipedia, he is not in that. Yes, he's in Alligator.
He's
in Alligator.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought he was the cop Kelly in Alligator.
He's in Jacob's Ladder. He was in Mortuary Academy. We should do a watch along for Mortuary Academy.
Well, I could make it happen if you guys want that.
That's a weird ass movie. It's a very Joe Bob Last Drive-In type of movie. USA Up All Night type of situation.
Gotcha.
So and she's in love with Mike the mailman. She was sort of her I guess it was her boyfriend, and so she's weird things start happening. Holly starts doing things on her own. There's a point where they're talking about her and her boyfriend are talking about their relationship. Do they talk about her being pregnant that early, or does that come up later? I can't remember.
I thought they did. I thought like in the first few scenes they talked about, because Mike was upset that he thought she was giving too much to the kids' television show, and he wanted her to, basically stop doing that and be a proper wife and mother. He really wanted to marry her and stuff. So I would just want to bring this up real quick. It's like that when they show scenes of a couple kissing on this, I want to know if TJ noticed this too. It seemed to be a lot more not sexually intensive, but it wasn't just like one little peck on the cheek or one little kiss on the lips. It was like they were kissing, and I was like, well, this is different. This is different for television at that time period, and I noticed that in not just that one episode, but I noticed it in numerous episodes. Other episodes are women getting down to their bra and panties, and I mean, like,
Yeah,
we're gonna talk about that episode too.
it was syndicated, and it was mostly late nights. I don't know. It might have been. I don't remember ever seeing it during the day.
I don't think so. I don't think it was on during the day, and maybe that's why they felt like that. Hey, we can get away with a little bit of this.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah. So Catherine remote controls Holly. There's a point where they're doing the show, and they're supposed to have a cake, and Holly's supposed to lift it up to Mike's face, and ends up burying his face in the cake, and it seems like an accident. But then there's a later scene where they're talking about their relationship, and she sort of brushes her hair, and because she's still connected to Holly, Holly hits him in the face pretty hard, but that's sort of the setup for what keeps happening. Yeah, so Holly's, so they're actually, I think they're engaged. So because I think at the beginning they're at the break, like at the end of the episode, they're filming the Holly's house episode. They're like, we have to figure out where the honeymoon is and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, and yeah, like you said, she's devoting herself to this show, and it's sort of like her child, and it's her relationship, this show, but she's actually, involved with an actual person, who's, like you said, he's like, what about us? Not just,
Yeah, I think he's like two seconds away from just turning around and walking out the door, even though he loves her and wants to have a life with her. I think he thinks at one point she's never going to give up this show.
But yeah, Holly starts kind of moving around and eventually starts kind of talking. And there's a point where Catherine's very upset, and they're filming an episode, and Holly's getting violent. But it looks like it's more than just Catherine's controlling it. It looks like, you could say it's short circuiting, but people think she's getting her friends and her coworkers think that she's just she needs a break, and she's getting too frustrated, and she's taking it out using Holly. But this is a monsters episode, and people who are watching it probably realize there's something more going on here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to watch the episode. It's pretty spooky. It's pretty creepy. The doll is just, at first, its first glance, it's just this kind of cute giant doll. But just seeing, Catherine interact with other people as Holly, you're getting a weird feeling. And, is it her? Is it the actual,
Mm-hmm.
the robots? It's alive, AI, Skynet.
I'm kind of like Blissful. She says the robot doll really creeped me out. I think even from scene 1 of that episode, I was like, what? This thing is bizarre. The whole setup with it was bizarre. But I'll let TJ finish up before I start talking about things about it.
Yeah, so yeah, she's basically fighting with she's having fights with the doll, or not calling it a doll, I don't know, animatronic, I guess you could call it. Yeah, imagine Disney if the animatronics became sentient and started killing all the. Well, that's Westworld. I'm describing Westworld, but it'd be funny if it was Mickey and Minnie and the little kids from It's a Small World. That'd be hilarious. No. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, yeah. So. Well, Well, if you don't want the ending spoiled, everything I say after this point is going to be a spoiler if you haven't seen the episodes before. But here's what happens: the boyfriend gets killed by Holly. Very stabbed, pretty bloody too.
Yeah, that's another thing that
pretty violent kill. Actually,
I thought so.
Yeah, a lot of blood, a lot of stabbing, and of course, Catherine gets accused, and Catherine gets sent to prison. But guess what? Catherine's pregnant and with his baby, and she has the baby in prison, and that's the last image we see is her and the baby in the prison, and it's very, after what happened, it's very creepy and surreal and just weird. But it's a harsh episode.
Yeah, I was kind of unsure whether that was prison or that was a mental hospital.
It's probably both. I mean, either way.
Yeah, because of just in that last shot of her, Catherine, looking at the baby, it's like there's something not quite right. So the ending is kind of ambiguous, I guess would be the best way to describe it, because you're still kind of maybe thinking, well, has Catherine just flipped her lid and just completely lost touch with reality?
It was Holly. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Was Holly, doing all this stuff? Was she really an evil puppet or doll?
Was she jealous that Catherine was having a life without her, and she did,
Yeah, there's a lot of things working in this episode, and so much creepiness. I mean, that it just kind of just weirded me out, even watching it again. This is definitely not one that you'd want to share with kids, I don't think. Just because for television, the level of violence was up there a little bit. That, like TJ said, when Mike is killed, that's pretty bloody, and that dang doll or robot or whatever is being very aggressive with that knife and puncturing Mike and all that. And just the subject matter in general, I think it might freak a lot of kids out if they were to watch this. Now, I know some of us watch some of these things when we probably were too young to see them. I mean, I know Dirk has said that basically movies and television was his babysitter when he was growing up. So, and his mom was working a lot, so she wasn't in the house to, supervise him all the time about what he was watching. And so he said he watched a lot of things, The Exorcist and stuff like that, when he really shouldn't have been. But, Dirk grew up well adjusted, thankfully. So I don't think it scarred.
Did he?
I think all of us have our own little brand of scars, but I don't think that any of us have lost touch with reality or anything like that from watching this stuff. So that's all good.
Oh, by the way, do you know who Michael J. Anderson is?
Michael J. Anderson. He was somebody in this episode, right?
Yeah. Little Dream Man.
Oh, yeah. I hovered over his name and the picture came up. He was in Twin Peaks.
He was Holly.
Oh my God! Something about
that
that makes it even more creepy. Holy cow!
But there's a Twin Peaks connection here. It seems like a Twin Peaksy episode, doesn't it? Though.
Yeah, it does. It does look like something that you would just see in Twin Peaks, because it's a wonder David Lynch didn't direct this damn episode, being as it seems like they were kind of two sides of the same coin, kind of the Twin Peaks show and this episode of Monsters. Because I could see some freaking robot doll being Twin Peaks somewhere. David Lynch would be like, well, hell yeah, we'll put this robot doll in there. I don't have to make sense of anything. We'll just stick it in there.
He had the log lady in there. That made no sense.
Not really. Not in the grand scheme of things.
Donna's extra sister, who we only see in one episode. Just to play the piano. And then she went on a vacation with Queen Latifah. No one knows what I'm talking about. Okay.
J7 says, I remember 2 episodes specifically for that, for some reason. The one about the giant spider, A Bond of Silk, which I don't know if that's in season 1 or not.
That's with, I forget her name. She was on that show with the...
Oh, I don't think that one is.
What the hell was that show? What was it? Show with Ted Knight. It was like...
Too Close for Comfort?
Too Close. Yeah, she was one of the in Bond of Silk. She was the one of the daughters in the show. She was the blonde in Bond of Silk. She has black hair.
Oh, okay.
And Glim has Genevieve Oy from Blossom.
Oh,
she played 6.
Interesting.
There's a very little girl. Yeah, I remember those.
Well, I can't wait to get to those episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple episodes. There's about a handful of episodes I remember very vividly. Like this one, definitely. Fever Man, always remember the first one.
Right.
My Zombie Lover, I remember that one.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that one. That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Texas says he guesses he'll have to take the plunge and watch these. Definitely. Highly, highly recommend them. Blissful brings up a good point, too. Or was Holly even real? Or was all this stuff?
Well, I think her friends at the end show that there was a show.
Unless that was all what they...
Yeah, that's a good point, Blissful. It could all have been. Yeah, this is, like I was saying when we were talking about Dark Side, where a lot of stuff about mental health was coming out, and this story is very, bipolar and depression, schizophrenia. Can you still say schizophrenia? I don't know if you said it anymore. But schizophrenia and
anymore.
Yeah, this and just regular depression and stuff like that. So yeah.
Right. So
anyway,
I guess TJ,
away from the fun.
Unless you have something else you want to bring up about Holly's house other than
no,
creepy.
I do like that, like you were saying about the last shot. It's very like she's in the bed and the camera pans out and it goes to outside and you see the bars on the window and then it goes even further and it's a it's like it looks like it could be like a old asylum type of thing, and then it's bars and everything.
Just the way, did you notice how sterile the room looked?
Yes. Well, in the 80s, that seemed to be how they thought those rooms were supposed to look.
Right.
I mean, like Final Destination 2, where they go to Claire's room. It's the same kind of thing, and there's a lot of TV shows and stuff where they have like the crazy people room, and it's always like that. Slumber Party Massacre 2.
Yes, Slumber Party Massacre 2 is a very good example of that kind of setup. Yeah, which it could be prison and asylum both. They call those, or they have called them on some movies and stuff like that, prison for the criminally insane. You're probably not supposed to say that now. You're probably not supposed to refer to.
Have you seen that movie, Criminally Insane?
I have.
Crazy, in the sequel, Crazy Fat Ethel 2. What a title that was.
Yeah, you're probably not supposed to say that either.
Yeah, none of those words. You're not supposed to say those.
No, because that shames people. That makes them feel bad about themselves. But
then we get the next episode, which is like,
Yeah, which brings us to that next episode, which is New York Honey, which I'm kind of with TJ on this. It's just, I didn't really, I was really sleepy last night when I was watching these, but I was like, I don't really get this episode. What this episode was trying to say or do or whatever. But
I had to watch it, like, I was falling asleep watching them too. I had to watch some episodes like 3 times because I kept nodding. I was tired. Don't blame the episodes. I mean,
Yeah, that's the way I was.
I mean, it was interesting just to see where the hell they were going with this, and I kind of saw where they were going with it.
But I'm going to let TJ talk a little bit about it first, and we'll see what
So
everybody thinks.
yeah, so Jay has an upstairs neighbor, Dr. Jimmerman, who plays his music loud, and there's always commotion going on up there, and just a weird guy, and you know. He has bees up there, and he's a beekeeper scientist type of thing. It's very Wasp Woman, if people know that movie, where a scientist uses wasp enzymes to make people younger, and the woman turns into a giant wasp and kills people.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a very weird. Yeah, and yeah, it's just and anyway, he makes this honey from his bees, and this honey's very like it's part aphrodisiac, part like a Valium. It's like it drugs you sort of, and Jay tastes the honey and he's very excited about it, and he's very turned on about it. He's like, oh, I can make some money off of this. So he basically blackmails Jimmerman into going partners with him and help so he can make money off of this. And he has so he has one of those wives who's Jay's got one of these wives who's wants to make him happy, but he doesn't want to have anything to do with.
And does anybody remember that's seen this episode? Does anybody remember what Jay's wife, what else she was on? I can think of one big movie she was on. I'm sure she was on other stuff, but
no,
she's not
even listed here on the Wikipedia.
She was the mother on Uncle Buck.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, okay.
Because I kept watching her. I was like, I know I've seen her on something. Oh, yeah, she was the mom on Uncle Buck. Ellen Bromka or something or Elaine Bromka, something similar to that.
She looks different. I'm trying to find her. We're going to just pause the stream so we can look her up.
I think we got both me and TJ looking here. Let's see. Elaine Bromka, but I'm pretty sure that's her. I'm just gonna. Well, she's been in a lot of stuff. Yeah, she was Emerald Blake in that episode.
Okay. Okay. All right. I see now. Yeah. So yeah, she's like in these episodes you always have but she's not like one of those episodes where it's a wife where you hate her. Right. Like she's pretty. She's just trying to. She's a good wife or whatever. Anyway, the doctor has a beautiful assistant, Desiree, who's very like blonde, bimbo, seductress type of character, and yeah, she's coming on to Jay, and she's getting in between Jay and her husband, and his wife, and she's basically she's humping him during the episode. She's very I mean not literally, but she's very like she's emotionally humping him in the episode.
Yeah, she's a seductress. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, like it's comedic a little bit, but Jay's very like he's a dick. Basically.
Yes, he's a. I know people are gonna laugh, but he's a big dick.
And he plays it kind of like he's not playing it jokingly. Like he's kind of like he's blackmailing people and he's cheating on his wife, and he's not like I mean, they haven't had sex yet, but he's cheating on his wife, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jimmerman has a point in the story where he's talking about the queen, how the queen meets her mate, and she leaves the nest to be with him, and then she goes off with him and then kills him, and then goes on with her life and starts another colony, I guess. And he makes a point of that. That's what I like about these episodes. Throughout this, at least the first 12 I watched, is every episode alludes to what's going on. So it's not like something that just pops up at the end. If you backtrack every episode, you could probably spot points and go, oh, I see what's going on here that connects to it. Yeah. So I think that's very clever that, at least for the first 12, that they pretty much all do that. I think that's a good thing. And this one definitely does that with that. I mean, I'm obviously, that's a spoiler. But yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite episode. It wasn't the greatest episode, but
I like meh for me.
Yeah, I like parts of it. Dr. Jimmerman's interesting. The way he's talking about the bees and is like sort of weird. The way he talks and how he's, he's obsessed with the bees and everything. And
he's a little bit crazy too. Like eccentric. Yeah. Eccentric might be the best word choice instead of crazy. But I feel sorry for Elaine Bromka's character in this because basically there's one scene where it just seems like she goes shopping or something to get groceries or whatever and comes back and her husband's dressed in a suit and tie on the couch with the blonde seductor. So I'm like, I wanted to call him a dick there. I was like, what an asshole.
It's not what you think. No, it's exactly what you think.
Yeah, what is she supposed to think? But I just wanted to say when TJ's gonna laugh, whenever he said that the guy was a dick, I just flashed to a scene from Dead Ringers, the Dead Ringers episode this morning. Guys, beware if you watch that episode. There is a scene where the doctor is, I don't know what she is doing. She's getting turned on by this guy who's his wife has just left the room. His wife is really pregnant and she leaves the room. And this doctor's a gynecologist. She's a baby doctor, essentially. And so when the wife leaves the room to go to the restroom, for some reason, the husband gets all hot and bothered being in the room with this doctor. And I don't know if she hypnotizes him or just turns him on so much that I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. He pulls his dick out and you can see it. And Steve was like, oh my. And I was sitting there like this. I was totally not expecting that. So just wanted to warn people in case you haven't seen it and you go and watch that first episode, just beware. Texas brings up, he says, I love the Wasp Woman. I believe it was an early Roger Corman film.
Yep, it's Roger Corman. Yep. They remade it they did a lot of remakes of the Roger Corman movies back in the 90s. So the Wasp Woman remake had Jennifer Rubin in it from Elm Street 3. She played the old makeup beauty queen who formed her own makeup company, and then she got older and she uses the guy's serum to get younger. Yeah.
I had to laugh at this. I'm guessing 71's talking about the Dead Ringer show. She said not to be a perv, but it did look good. Okay, that's talk for a whole different kind of stream, I think.
Never heard any of that on this streams before.
And I started it, though. I'm the one that...
I know, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I got to get my mind out together. But we better get back on track before...
Anyway, New York Honey, yes.
So, yeah, I'm like TJ that the episode itself was just kind of meh. It wasn't the best of the Monsters episodes. I did find the scientist or whatever he was interesting, and I like
He was the
TJ.
best part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely the best part of this episode because the way he just talked about the bees almost as if they were human beings or something other than just, insects. Um, but I think I would be kind of scared to have that many bees in an apartment or whatever with me
Yeah.
because but maybe he just wasn't scared of them. And the thing about the queen basically killing her mate after she's had her way with him or whatever,
Yeah.
that a lot of arachnids and just generally insects will do that. Praying mantises. I don't know how many of you have heard that the female praying mantis will basically chew her mate's head off after
Yep.
mating. So, black widow spiders will kill their mates after mating is completed. Um, and that's why women that kill their husbands are called black widows, if you didn't know that already. But
You know, they're very Christian because they went till death do us part. So they kill their husband, they kill their mates, and then they go and they can find another mate because it's
and that kind of goes
what
back
a correlation that is, isn't it?
goes back to the Black Widows episode of Tales from the Dark Side, where we had
Yeah.
Similar kind of similar setup, not
Yeah.
not exactly, but kind of similar. Um,
So the twist
yeah,
is
the
Desiree
twist,
is the queen,
yeah,
and her mate is Jay.
yeah,
And this is where the episode really gets me because so so we're hearing the voiceover of Jimmerman talking about how she finds her mate and then she takes him up into the air and then basically eats him and goes on whatever. So we get this transformation scene which is so goofy.
it is.
The bee puppet is so like cheesy. Like maybe if it was like a monster movie and we saw the bee creature throughout, I think it would have made the episode better.
Right.
Because it's so cheesy. If we had seen it, it would have been funny. It would have made the episode like a goofy
Right.
thing. Like I think I would have liked it better that way, but that's not what happened. But so yeah, and it's sort of so the bee is like she's holding him, and then it turns into a bee, and he starts screaming, and they go up into the air, and then you see his body just fall. Like, and that's like kind of the end of the episode.
But what I liked was the part, because I had forgotten about this, the part right before she turns all into a bee, when her tongue or whatever
Yeah, that's
comes
the creepy
out.
part.
That's the creepy part. At first, I was like, "What in the hell is that?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, she's the queen bee." But that was
That was a good effect. The tongue effect was better than the actual bee, I think.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It also reminded me there's an old, they're all old, but an episode of The Outer Limits called Zzz, where it's the same thing where there's the bee queen turns into a human and starts devouring people during the episode, and that's actually a better episode than this episode of Monsters. But
yeah, I like the tongue that comes out, but I'm with PJ that the entire bee transformation was a little hokey. That was pretty cheesy. Which moving on.
Yeah, that's all there be to this episode.
Yeah, is a vampire episode. This one was also directed by Michael Gornick.
Yep.
Or maybe it was written by Michael Gornick. Maybe was it directed by that Edith Swenson? Or did she write?
Vampire Hunter. I don't know.
Oh no, it was directed by Michael Gornick, but it was written by Edith Swenson, who, if I remember right, Edith Swenson wrote some of the Tales from the Dark Side episodes as well. So this episode has Robert Lansing, who I believe played a character on The Nest. Remember that cockroach movie?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure he was on that. He was also in the 4D Man from 1959, Under the Yum Yum Tree, Empire of the Ants, and The Nest. So he was in a lot of, or he was in more than one insect attack film, looks like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm going to let TJ start by talking about the Vampire Hunter.
It also stars Paige Hanna from Creepshow 2.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw an episode. I was like, oh, first I was like, because she sort of looks like Pat Tallman, which makes sense that in Creepshow 2 she was her stunt double because they kind of resemble each other. Which is funny because on IMDb, Paige Hanna, it shows a photo of her in the Raft episode, but it's actually Pat Tallman as the character.
Oh, right.
Which is kind of, it's funny. It's like, it's not even her. They think that's her because it looks so much like her, but it's not. Anyway. Yeah, so Ernest Chariot is played by Robert Lansing, is a vampire hunter, and he wants to retire because he's getting too old to be fighting vampires. But he gets this one woman played by Paige Hanna. Her name is, what the hell's her name? Ms. Warren. I'm just gonna call her Ms. Warren. I don't know what the hell her first name is. She's like, my brother is being coerced and taken over by a vampire, and he's becoming a vampire, and she's afraid for his life, and he's reluctant to do it, but he decides to, help her out because he's feeling guilty, I guess. So he goes to help her out, and he finds out that she doesn't really need help because it's not her brother. It's Charles Poole, who is a vampire who is wanting revenge against Mr. Vampire Hunter. And I like the episode. But I don't love it. Also, so we the monster in it is the vampire, and he's wearing a mask. This kind of blue, smiley, like one of those old I don't know, Chinese dragon masks. It kind of looks like, but just like the face part. So it's sort of like it's a Chinese dragon mask, but it also looks like the mask from that episode of the season of American Horror Story where it was the circus one. Mm-hmm. So it's that clown mask kind of, but it's sort of,
I was dozing off during this one too, so I think I woke up at one point where he had that mask on. I was like, wait a minute, let me run this back here.
So it's deformed from his battle with the vampire hunter. And there's a point. See, he's the monster in it, and that's why I was like, for a Monsters episode, it's not much of a monster. I mean, I think Holly's the doll was more of a monster than this guy. They might have been saving money in this episode because his mouth is just kind of scarred and like it looks like he's got I don't know what to say what it looks like. Looks like he's got herpes on his face, is what it looks like.
Yeah, well, it did look
wrong. Does it kind of look like, or he ate some pasta and didn't wipe his mouth? Is what it looks like. Also,
there we go. TJ's gonna back it up and be a little bit nicer.
Yeah, I'll be less. Yeah, but he's a vampire. They don't have to worry about anyway. And the vampire's acting is like he's trying to put on one of those I'm the vampire, but he's very low key, and even when he gets sort of agitated and vicious, it's not as good as I think it could have been.
He's trying to be Bela Lugosi, but he can't pull it off.
Yeah, kind of. Also, most of it he's wearing a mask, so I mean, I guess there's only so much he could do vocally and stuff. I guess I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, it's and Paige Hannah's character is sort of like just she believes that he's a good person. I guess I don't know. He's a vampire who kills people, but he believes in like he was wronged and he's like she's on the side of the vampire, but during the episode she's more in league with the vampire hunter because she basically helps him kill. That's I don't know if that's a twist. He kills the vampire with her help because she's like she realizes that she's been wrong all this time and that he's a really vicious vampire who should be killed and yeah, that's the episode. I'm not that thrilled about it. I'm really not describing it that way.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was a strong vampire episode and wasn't a strong episode in general.
Yeah.
For the series, just very weak. Blissful says there was a lot going on in it. She says it's as if they were trying to combine Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
But other than that, there wasn't a lot going for this episode. This episode didn't seem to have enough meat on it to carry it.
I like Miss Warren. I think Paige Hannah did really well because she's sweet and innocent, but she's also like you can see her sort of being coerced by the vampire, and she's just sort of doing things because she really has faith in him for some reason. I don't know. I forgot there's an assistant. I totally see. That's how excited I was about the episode. I forgot there was an assistant. There's an assistant who goes to. He's the one that believes wants to help Paige Hannah's character, and he ends up getting trapped by the vampire as bait, that's why the vampire hunter goes to find her. See, I totally forgot about this character, and he ends up getting, yeah, he ends up getting killed, and the vampire. He's like, "Where is he?" And the vampire reveals him in the coffin, and his neck's all bleeding, and he's dead. He's dead for thinking that he's going to trust this poor innocent woman.
I think I may have dozed off again around that point in time.
I totally forgot about the character until I just started thinking about it.
But yeah, I don't have a lot or really anything to add to it because that episode didn't impress me.
She remembers nothing about
this is in here. Says, "Hey pals, this is a show I remember being on, but I remember nothing about any shows I watched. LOL." Well, this is not. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do a series of streams on this because when you hear people talk about these shows from the 80s, usually people will talk about Twilight Zone from the 80s. They'll talk about Tales from the Dark Side from the 80s, but you generally don't hear people talking about monsters that much. I mean, feel free to prove me wrong. Somebody may be able to dig up a whole bunch of videos that somebody's did on YouTube on monsters episode. If you do, kudos. But I haven't seen any. I don't generally hear people talk about it. Blissful says the only thing I liked was the color of the mask, royal purple and gold. I can't even remember that, and I just watched it last night.
Yeah, that was the most color in the actual episode. Everything was sort of muted, darker colors and, grays and whatever.
Oh, we have a new person in here, the Crypt Sweeper. So welcome. He says, I love the show, but I will go to the grave thinking Goosebumps sits above this series on the anthology hierarchy. I think
cool design, by the way, on the
thing. It. Hey, Chris Boyd, is that you as the Crypt Sweeper? Because he's the only person I could think of that might have something like that. I could be wrong. But anyway, I think Goosebumps was too late in the game for me. I probably would have liked it if I had been the right age for it.
Yeah, like I watched Are You Afraid of the Dark, but I was not the demographic for that show.
Right,
I was
exactly.
already way too old by then.
I'm not saying it wasn't a good show. I think just because of the generation that a lot of us in here grew up in, that we always think of monsters or Tales from the Dark Side,
Yeah.
Twilight Zone from the 80s, all of that stuff rather than Goosebumps.
Yeah, I remember Amazing Stories. Somebody wrote that.
Oh, Wes, are you saying that this is going to be a boring set of streams? Come on.
I think he says the show sucks. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying too. Oh yeah, J7.
Spielberg production. Did
Amazing
Spielberg produce that show? I think. Yeah, I think he produced the series.
I think he did. I want to say he did.
And I think they brought it back like in the 2019, 2020, but I don't think it really.
I don't even remember watching it then, but Amazing Stories. There's Erie, Indiana. There was, all those different. And I remember Amazing Stories being really good. Maybe TJ will want to do a series of streams on Amazing.
I remember. I remember watching it and liking it, but I remember one episode vividly. The mummy on the motorcycle. That's the one I remember.
Oh yeah.
He's an actor in a horror movie as a mummy, and his wife's pregnant, so he gets a motorcycle. And he's trying to get to his wife, and it's all these crazy things that happen while he's dressed up as a mummy.
Wes brings up a good point. Unsolved Mysteries. Now that's a show, but
how many seasons were there?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. How many incarnations of Unsolved Mysteries were there? People kept dying.
Robert Stack. I'm not Robert Stack. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat a bug, by the way.
Oh, cool. Did they taste like fruit? Are they fruit flavored, TJ?
Yes. Random fruit flavor.
Crypt Sweeper, I don't remember Perversions of Science. TJ, do you remember that?
That doesn't sound like something I heard of.
Okay. Has anybody in the chat heard of that? I hadn't.
Yes, it's the only error.
Blissful says Mummy is now on the censored list. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Robert Stack era is the
unless Jordan Peele takes over. No.
Okay. I'm not even gonna go there. J7, you say the one I remember is where there is a water well that has David Carradine and they send up gold for food. Oh,
I remember a second episode where a guy invents this goo that if you put it on inanimate, like if you put it on a page of a magazine, it'll make the thing come to life. And this guy's trying to get a hot chicks, and every time he keeps putting it on centerfolds and stuff to come to life for him. Yeah.
There you go. Crypt Sweeper says Perversions of Science was a horror anthology show HBO did after Tales from the Crypt went off there. So I guess I had quit watching by that time. I watched Tales from the Crypt pretty religiously.
Those are some of the dates I've had. Perversions of.
I'm not even going to ask TJ to elaborate on that.
No, that's all you're getting. 1997.
Okay.
On HBO. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Let's see. Now, I guess we'll move on to the next episode, which is the one that me and TJ both seem to like. My Zombie Lover with Tempest Bledsoe.
Of the TV series Tempest, that she had one of those talk shows in the late 90s, early 2000s, Ricky Lake and Tempest.
And please, guys, don't throw anything at me, but she was one of the kids on The Cosby Show.
She was Vanessa
Huxtable on The Cosby Show, which, guys, just permit me to say this. No matter what Cosby has done or not done, that was a good show. You have to admit that was a good show. Just forget about Cosby. just think about the show. There were other people on the show other than Bill Cosby. So
Yeah, I was watching it with my father today after his cancer treatment. We were watching and I was like, I couldn't not look at him and think of what he did, but then I was like just paying attention to everybody else on the show, and I was like, okay, at least they're getting residuals. He is too, which sucks, but at least they're getting residuals because I like some of those kids. I don't know their Tempest. I don't think she's doing anything anymore, and Keisha Knight Polium. I don't think she's doing anything anymore.
yeah,
The only one still around is Raven Simonier. She's the only one doing shit.
oh yeah, she's still doing stuff. But she was quite young when she started being on.
She was like an infant practically.
Yeah, wasn't her name Olivia on there?
Yeah, she was the stepdaughter of Denise when she came back with her military husband. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that last season. Everybody everybody moved into the house.
You know what's funny about that? I believe, I could be wrong, and guys, I'm not trying to get into a Cosby Show discussion, but early on, Dr. Huxtable really this is when Sandra was dating Elvin. And if anybody remembers the Sandra and Elvin saga, where they were fighting all the time and breaking up and then getting back together, and Sandra would get mad at Elvin.
And they got married and had kids. They had twins. Lindy and Nelson. Yeah. I remember stuff like that.
But early on, she was really depressed because her and Elvin had broken up. And everybody was like, again, that was the running jokes of that episode. And Sandra was going around the house listening to sad music and moaning and groaning because she wasn't with Elvin. So then there was this guy, Daryl, that she had talked to a few times on the phone, and like Dr. Huxtable really liked him. He wanted Sandra to forget about Elvin and get with Daryl. And that guy, I swear to you, the guy that played Daryl is the same guy that becomes Denise's husband in the later episode. That's the same actor. It's got to be. So I just thought that was weird. Oh, goodness.
Well, I'm sorry.
I don't think I'm even going to put that one up on the screen.
I retain everything that I watch. I mean, that's why I know so much about horror movies, because shit just stays in my head. It doesn't leave. I'm sorry. I know these things, but I can't get rid of them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Cripsweaver said you're going into deep waters knowing this much about Cosby Show these days. Hey, I still like the Cosby Show.
Okay, let's get back to Monsters.
Yeah, let's get back to Monsters before this gets completely off the rails, though.
Right. My Zombie Lover.
Yeah. My Zombie Lover, take it away, TJ. You can start talking about it, and I'm going to go get me some Mountain Dew and run to the restroom while TJ's telling you about this.
So we have Nerdy Dottie, played by Tempest Bledsoe, and she's a bookworm. She's back home from college, and we're in a world where there are zombies. And the father is going out to go basically kill a bunch of zombies, and the little brother is like a goofy little young brother. He's for zombie rights, and he's gonna picket and protest. And he's mad at Dottie for being a nerd and also not picking a side, because she doesn't want to go and kill zombies, but she also doesn't want to go and protest against them. She just wants to read books. And the mother's like, she's back from college. Can you give her a break? Let her. If she goes, if she doesn't want to kill or protest zombies, she doesn't have to. And I think this is a very funny episode. So the parents and the kid, they leave to go do their yearly zombie thing, because the zombies only come back once a year. They come back from the grave. So there's a knock at the door, and it's a friend of Dottie, and he's like, I can't remember, what is his name? His name is Paul, and he's like, it's Paul. Remember me from class? And she's like, Paul? oh, it's been such a long time. And she opens the door, and guess what? Paul is a zombie. Paul died. I'm just thinking of the episode. I'm laughing at myself. And he's first she's kind of scared at him because he's a zombie, and she's like, oh, he's just there to eat her. He's not there to eat her. He's there just because he found out that she was home somehow, and he wanted to see her because he can only come back as he died the year prior. So yeah, he's in like his Letterman shirt, and I guess his parents didn't want to bury him in a suit. They buried him in his Letterman shirt. That's another trope of like movies and TV shows and stuff like this, where they're like, you have to recognize the person for their personality, you have to give them clothing to represent that. So even though he should, like I said, he should probably be in a suit. It's funny, the Wikipedia says it was her boyfriend back from the grave who was a jock, and it's like, he's one of those people that like he was in love with her, but she didn't notice he was there, kind of situation. So I love when people who obviously, I'm going to guess whoever wrote the Wikipedia synopsis did not really watch the episode, or at least not as closely as some of us might watch. But yeah, it's I like it. It's a really funny episode. It's a weird episode too. I mean, it's sort of played for surreal laughs, so it's not supposed to be a serious movie episode, and it all works well, I think, because he's sort of like the zombie is like, he's also walks like he's very stiff and he can barely move, but he's very like, Donnie, I love you. He's like talks like this, and like, you remember me from school? And she's sort of the straight man to the comedy. She sort of plays it like straight. Like when she's scared, and when she's like, oh, hey, it's you. I remember you from school. And she's a pretty good actor in this too. Like she can really pull off her character.
She does have a couple of funny parts, like when
she does, yeah. When
they're kind of like making out, and then he tries to eat her hand.
He bites her hand,
and she said, "You don't want my hand in marriage. You want a sandwich."
Yeah. Yeah, and then the parents come home, and because she had gone upstairs to mentor her hand, because I guess in this world you don't die from a zombie bite, you only come back if you die. We didn't see much of we didn't see actually what happened, so that it could be, but she basically goes up to clean her hand, and the parents come home and they see blood everywhere, and they see a zombie, and they think, oh, you killed my daughter, and they're about to shoot him, and then the daughter runs down, and she's like, no, and gets in front of the gun, and she gets shot and killed. And then there's a whole this is also funny, it's like, maybe we were, it's one of those, who are really the bad guys? Us killing the zombies or the zombies? Spoiler, Dottie comes back to life as a zombie, and this is where it gets funny, where she wakes up and she moves her head, and she sort of gets up, like very stiff, getting up from the couch where she's dead or whatever. And she doesn't come from downstairs. She gets. Oh, this is after she's a zombie. That's right. She's on the zombie, and she's very stiff and whatever. And yeah, and they're like, "Oh, we're in love," and I wasn't here to kill your daughter. I was here because I was in love with her. Mm-hmm. And he's like, "Oh, so the whole maybe I was wrong about zombies," and so he's playing it like that. He's like, "Maybe I was wrong, and maybe they are, or maybe we all should just get along and respect each other." And then the kid does a 360 where he's like, I don't want a zombie sister, and I want them both out of here. He's like, I think they should have rights, but I think they're gross and disgusting, and I don't like. And he calls them weird. He calls them like a weirdies and weirdos, and it's like.
He's the ultra bratty brother. This
Yes.
kid is.
And you're all for him being sympathetic for the zombies, but then when you find out he's just, he's a little brother, and he's like,
He goes around saying Barfoma or something.
Yeah, he has his little catchphrases. Yeah. If this was a sitcom, he would have his little catchphrases every episode.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're like, well, honey, we gotta go. We gotta go back to our graves or whatever. And the kid's like, yeah, get them out of here. Let them go back and whatever. And the mother's like, well, we can't let you go without having a snack. And they look at the brother. He's like, yeah, you should have something to eat before you leave. And it's like, we'll kill the neighbors. We'll go and kill the neighbors and feed them to the zombies. And they're like, no, we're not going to kill the neighbors. We're going to get fresh. The mother's like, oh, I just realized we have no fresh meat in the house. And he's like, we'll kill the neighbors. And then they're like, oh no, we see some fresh meat right there. And they allude that they're going to kill the little kid. And it's so funny when the kid realizes that the parents are going to feed him to the zombies. We flash to the zombies and they both go.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. Yeah. So maybe it ends with the little brother like, shit, they're going to eat me, but like we don't find out what happens.
And the kid that played the bratty brother, he's been on quite a bit of stuff, including
Has he?
He played the character of Wink on 8 Mile.
Did he?
For those of you that have seen that movie.
Music in the moment.
Well,
I'm not going to rap, so I'm just kidding.
That's okay. You can rap.
No, it's not going to happen.
And I'm not going to go into Cosby Show territory again, but he was on some episodes of Cosby Show.
Yeah, I mean, it was around that time. I mean, the show was still on the air.
So, yeah, he's been on a ton of stuff, and evidently he's did a voice work for some cartoons.
He was on Bones. Oh, okay.
He was on Quantum Leap, the 2023 Quantum Leap as Dr. Harper.
Oh, I've started watching that. I haven't really gotten into it yet.
He was watching. I watched some of it with him, but then all of a sudden he quit watching it. So I'm not sure what happened. But yeah, he's been in a lot of TV. He was in American Horror Story as a Grayson's partner in the 2000, I guess one of the 2012 episodes. He did the voice in Scarface, The World Is Yours video game from 2006. He was in Anacondas, The Hunt for the Blood Orchid.
Anacondas, yeah.
He was on ER. Yeah, like I said, NYPD Blue, a lot of television. The Outer Limits from '99. The Substitute 2, School's Out.
Some movies shouldn't get sequels.
Yeah, exactly. Beverly Hills 90210.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I really liked this episode too, and I thought it was a whole lot of fun. And I don't know if it's necessarily because I've always liked zombie stuff, and I liked that little comedic twist on this one. This episode was not dark like some of these others.
Even though the daughter gets shot, it was a pretty like dramatic motion. I mean, they really put like emphasis. They were probably like, maybe this is too goofy. Maybe we should have a little bit of horror in it. I mean, the daughter getting killed and the parents coming home and thinking she's being eaten. That's pretty like, but they play it, except for the shot. The shooting is not comedic, but everything else around it is.
Right. So this one, I think it's just quite a bit lighter than, it's not a Holly's House episode or anything like that. That episode was played straight, was very dark.
It's Holly's house.
I mean, the corniest thing you could probably talk about is that theme song for.
Yeah, after that it goes downhill in a good way, but in a depressing.
But I think Tempest Bledsoe was good in it. I even think
Yeah.
the guy that played Paul was good in it. And the mother in it, I know I've seen her in other stuff, probably in television, I'm
I
sure.
remember her on an episode of The Cosby
That's probably the big thing I remember. Oh man. Um, but yeah, really fun episode. This is one I'd highly, highly recommend you watch, especially if you want something a little bit lighter to
Show. Hmm.
watch. Uh, because some of the darker episodes, they're good too. But if I was feeling, maybe down in the dumps or something, I may not want to partake of too many Holly's House type episodes. Um, what the heck happened there? Hold on, I lost my monsters episodes.
Oh.
All right, here we go. So that brings us to episode 6, which stars Meatloaf.
Yes, this is an interesting episode.
This is called Where's the Rest of Me? So, TJ, you want to start and talk a little bit about this episode?
This one took me a little time to get into because I was trying to figure out what they were doing because the acting is kind of over the top ish. Meatloaf. I mean, I don't know if he's done any really serious roles, but
I don't think he has.
I mean, Eddie from Rocky Horror Picture.
Rocky Horror.
Yeah. So I realized it's played like a radio drama. Mm-hmm. If you listen to the music and you hear the dialogue and the way they say the dialogue, they're enunciating and speaking like they're doing a radio show. This is what I not like a like an old timey like from the 50s type of radio show. Even the sound effects sound like sort of like because sound effects you'd have somebody with shoes walking and stuff, and so you have gunfire and stuff like that. So I think this is if you look at it that way, I think I liked it better as I was watching because I was watching and I was like the acting's terrible and it's not that. And it's kind of a weird episode, and I was like, "Oh, I see what they're doing." At least that's what I think. I don't know.
Well, something that annoyed me was the very beginning of it. I kept hearing that it was a kind of like ding, ding, and it just kept. I mean, I might not be doing it exactly right, but it was that opening like scene where they're around the table and stuff.
Yeah,
and it just kept playing that, and I was like, what the hell is that? But maybe that was just playing on the whole, like it being like a radio type of show that the sound effects were heightened or something. Because
yeah,
somebody was listening on the radio. That's how they would get all the suspense and all that out of it is by things being heightened.
Yeah, because the music and everything was all like it was exaggerated for like you're trying to audibly have people see what's going on. So sound is the best way to do that. So it's about this scientist. I had to look up his name because I couldn't remember. Willard Wingite. That's a terrible name. So he owns this plantation in the Caribbean island, and there's a overthrowing of the government going on. So we're hearing gunfire and we're hearing, militia or whatever. And it's like right outside their door, which is like, okay, I don't know if you'd want to live here. So there's a bunch of his clients, I guess. What he actually does. What does he actually do?
Well, what was talking about like people coming on to one another and the kissing scenes being a little bit more heavy-handed and stuff. There's that whole scene with the woman and the football player. Is he a football player or what is he? I think he's a football
Yes, he's a
player.
football player.
And she just keeps coming on to him all the time. And I'm like, are they dating? Are they just sleeping together? Have they just met each other? What the heck is going on here?
I don't know. Maybe. Well, they're all together because they're all his patients.
Mm-hmm.
Where he like she's like there's Regina who's a singer, and she'd had voice problems, and he replaces her vocal cords or whatever. And the football player had a knee injury, and he's got his knee replaced. And one of them had seeing problems. He's got his eyes fixed. So we find out Meatloaf has developed a serum where he can take body parts and make them compatible to people so they can fix their lives. Of course, he's a mad scientist, so he's doing it for money, obviously, and these are his rich clients because she's like a singer or whatever, and so his rich clients who are paying him money to do this. So they come together. I can't remember why they came together, but they're all together. Maybe because they're all on the same island or whatever. I don't know. And there's the militia and stuff. Because Regina's like, she talks about. Well, so they're like, where do you get your body parts from? And they start talking about the freedom fighters who were giving their lives out there, and he uses the freedom fighters' bodies, I guess, as parts. Anybody seen Parts: The Clonus Horror? This is sort of like that, where they're taking parts of people, and
I think I have seen that, but that's been a while.
It was a Mystery Science episode.
Maybe that's where I remember it from.
But yeah, so and she's like, I've seen those young boys out there, yelling "Viva la Viva la Revolution!" There we go, I got it up. If I was filming that for a movie, I would have to do 12 takes. So they're basically trapped in there, and not just trapped by the militia, they're trapped because one of the test subjects, or maybe the test subject, who Meatloaf has been. I'm just going to call him Meatloaf because I hate his other name. He's taken the body parts from one of the militia people, or the freedom. I guess he's the freedom fighter. He's the good guy, I guess. And his body comes to life and attacks one of the guys and kills him, and takes his knee back. So I'm guessing this. So the corpse is basically the corpse who's been used as a body part factory, or farm. Farm. He's a body part farm. Factory would mean they'd be making things. A farm means they're farming his organs basically to give to these people. And at one point, he can't walk, so he's crawling on the floor, and he starts attacking the people. And they're like, "Why is he attacking us?" And then the football player gets killed, and he takes the knee back, and we start realizing that's where the body parts are coming from. And the reason why he wanted to attack them is because they all have his body parts. I just dropped something. So he basically systematically starts taking back his parts. And now he has the knee back, so he doesn't have to crawl anymore. Now he can walk. And then he gets his eyes back from one of the guys. He plucks his eyes out so he can see again. Meanwhile, he's using so the Meatloaf has these vats of the chemical that's making these body parts usable and sort of bringing them back to life, I guess. So he's sort of like a reanimator situation. This is very very Lovecraft, very Herbert.
What I was thinking too.
Yeah, he's like a overweight Herbert West who can sing really good. Rip, rest in peace, Meatloaf.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, he takes back his body parts, and so it ends up being just Meatloaf and the singer, and so there's a part where she's like, "What's this? This?" She's like, "So they blocked the main door to keep the zombie guy. I guess he's a zombie. Out, and she finds this thing in the back, and she's like, "Oh, is this another entrance? You forgot to. This is another. What's this?" He's like, "Oh, that's an old dumbwaiter." And he's like, "She's like, that leads to the basement where the killer zombie is. Why wouldn't you block this off?" And she's like suspicious of him, like for some reason, and she's like, "Well," she's sort of backing away from it, and then of course, surprise, the zombie comes out of the dumbwaiter and attacks her. And instead of Meatloaf helping her, he pushes her in to save himself because he's a spineless
jerk
off, is what.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, spoiler: he kills them all, and the zombie sort of, I guess he heals himself, and so he's using the vats of this liquid, and he's putting it on himself to like, because because like there's a point where his chest has been opened because his heart has been given to Meatloaf. Meatloaf has taken this guy's heart for himself, and the creature takes it back and rips his chest open, and then rips Meatloaf's chest open and pulls out his heart. And there's some gooey gore in this. I think it's a pretty good part of it. I think, when he puts his heart back in his chest and he starts putting this liquid all over him, and it heals up. And at the end, he goes to the steps to go up to the because they're in sort of a basement area, so to go up to the steps, and he raises his fist and goes, "Viva la Revolution!" And that's the end of the episode. It ends with him, going. I guess he goes back to fight.
Something I want to bring up with you wouldn't have had an episode if those two goofballs, Regina and the football player, hadn't been messing around in the basement where the freedom fighter was, or whatever he was, because they're messing around, groping each other down in the basement.
Yeah.
And they bump over, don't they bump over some of that fluid or something? And
I think that's what brings them back from
because it's really pumping through those tubes that are going in him. And I'm like, well, you doofus, if y'all had been careful. And then there's a later scene where Meatloaf just kind of looks at it and sees it's empty and kind of just, oh, well, nobody even thinks about it. But TJ's right. This is not a very good episode.
It's got aspects that are okay. Like
it's got
it'll get you through the episode, but it's not the rewatchability. Even like I said, even if you think of it as a radio drama, it's like, I would turn off the radio.
Yeah, and like I said, that first part where it kept going ding, and they were talking and stuff, and it was like, okay, that's just totally, distracting me. Not that you've got 100% pay attention to people's conversations in shows, especially shows this short, but it was just like, I kind of want to hear some of what they're saying, and that little noise or chime or whatever it was just kept distracting me. And the characters weren't, you can't make extremely well drawn characters in something that's short. I realize that, but
especially when you have this many characters too.
Yeah, maybe it was they just had too many characters. Maybe they need to leave off, one or two, maybe that as far as his clients or these people that he was helping. Maybe just have a couple of people in there with Meatloaf. You didn't have to have a whole room full of people or anything. But I did get the Reanimator similarity because that's exactly what I was thinking, and even the I'm gonna sneeze, guys. Hold on just a second.
Bless
you. I was just hoping it wasn't going to be one of those spells where you feel like you're going to sneeze and then you can't, because that just drives me crazy. But even the fluid that was going in the tubes into the body of the person that they were taking all the body parts from. It looked bright green. Did you notice that too, TJ? The bright green
Yeah,
color.
it was like, yeah.
So this was definitely after Reanimator. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I could have seen somebody's, you know, maybe it was good old Dick Rubenstein. He saw, Reanimator. Oh, that's neat. Wonder if I can steal some of these aspects of this and throw it into an episode
Well,
of
there's a
something like.
5.7% rating on IMDb, and Zombie Lover has a 5.9. So some people like this episode.
Huh. Interesting.
Directed by Richard Benner.
I think it was written and directed by him.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, he was Rubenstein was one of the writers, and somebody else. There were three you can tell it was three writers on this episode. Oh well, I guess there are some episodes that have some eye candy for some of you guys, but this episode had some dude eye candy for you ladies who like who like dudes. The zombie guy, I guess he looked like he was in shape. I don't know.
yeah, and the football player, even if you didn't, it wasn't like he took his shirt off or something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess he was the good looking guy that all the ladies would have wanted to be with. Because look at Regina. She was trying to climb up his form all the time. Like, just,
Yeah.
and I don't know. I thought that was, I always think that's kind of silly when she seemed to be older than he was. Maybe she wasn't that much older, but she seemed to be. I always find that a little cringy when
Mm.
older ladies are trying to get younger guys all the time and they're just laughing like little schoolgirls and stuff. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem quite as bad and I'm not talking about like much older guys trying to get little girls or anything like that. That's gross. But if it's a older distinguished gentleman and this woman is of age, and it doesn't seem nearly as cringy to me if they're together as opposed to, and I'm not trying to be sexist or anything. I hope you ladies don't get mad at me. It just seems like these women that do it seem a little bit whorish or something about it when they're doing it. I'm not saying all ladies are like that, just the ones that seem to go after young men or teenage boys. I'm talking about, anywhere from 16 to 18. Sometimes they seem to go after real young ones, and I don't see why they got to do that. But anyway, moving onward enough.
Anyway,
It's the next episode, which was written by John Harrison, who I believe
the Beatles. No. That's
he's
George Harrison.
known for his collaborations. He's a composer too, with director George A. Romero, and for writing and directing the miniseries adaptation of Dune.
This is the episode, The Legacy.
Yep, The Legacy. So I honestly I like this one pretty well, but I'm going to let TJ go ahead and start talking about it. And I need some more caffeine, so I'm going to get me an iced coffee drink while he starts talking about this.
Yeah, so this is The Legacy. So this is my legacy, and this is my other legacy. Anyway, had to do that joke. Thank you. It was a terrible joke. Okay, I got that from Elvira. Anyway, this is written by Robert Bloch and John Harrison. From Psycho and Creepshow. They're both from things that rhyme. All right, I'm gonna stop with the jokes. Anyway, so it is about Dale, who is he's a big fan of this movie. The hell is the guy's name? I gotta. I got to read this description to remember these people's names. All right, so Dale is in a house of a famous old movie star, Fulton Pierce, and he's a dead horror star. He's Lon Chaney, basically. He can play any character, and he would play these horror characters, and he'd become these characters, and not maybe not literally become these characters, but as for his acting, he'll totally transform himself physically and mentally into these characters. And Dale wants to sort of have some of that rub off on him, maybe, because Dale's a writer. Is Dale a writer or an actor? I can't remember now.
If you're talking about that main guy, I think he was a writer.
He's a writer. Okay. Was he trying to write a book, or was it just him trying to?
I think he is trying. He starts out trying to write a book, but I think he gets so embroiled in the history of this actor, I believe.
Yeah, because he's very obsessed with the guy, and like I said, he wants to figure out what type of person he was, and how he could transform himself into these characters, and he wants to know what his essence was, and he's trying to do this. I don't know if it's an autobiography or whatever, but yeah, he's trying to do this for his writing and whatever. And he randomly has this hot girlfriend who she's also she's an actor or something. Is she an actor, or is she just? But is she just?
Well, I'm noticing something funny here. I don't know.
No, we're not remembering. No.
I don't know if somebody just did not know the episode that wrote this for Wikipedia, but they called her his shrewish wife, Debbie. It wasn't his wife; it was his girlfriend.
She's not shrewish.
But she wasn't shrewish. She was actually very attractive.
And she's very supportive. Her character wasn't,
I can't.
He was supporting him, and then he was like sort of. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say I can't remember if she was an actress in the show or not. She was a model in real life, Blissful. I did see that, but I don't know if she was a model in the episode though, for sure.
Well, she's his girlfriend, and she wants him to live with her because she wants to be with him, and he just wants to be in this house to absorb the actor that he's trying to write the book about. And she's like, and it's like, you got this cute, nice girl who wants you to live with her. Write the book there. And she's also spooked out about the house because she knows. I think the actor died there too. I think that's part of it.
I think so.
So, and she's like, yeah, why would you want to stay here? Just, come with me and let's get out of here. And, he's like, not wanting to do it. And I'm like, dude, and he's not attractive enough to get her. I'm sorry.
I thought the same thing.
She's like very pretty, and he's kind of schlubby looking. I mean,
and nerdy.
Yeah. His glasses, and he's lightly balding, and he's very nerdy, and he doesn't want to be with her and live with her. He wants to be in this dirty house that he's living in right now.
Yeah, there's something not quite right there.
Yeah. But like I said, the Fulton Pierce is like he's Lon Chaney basically. Actually, you know what this episode sort of reminds me of? Not Frightmare, the British Frightmare, but the American Frightmare movie.
Oh yeah.
Where the group of college kids, I guess, go to the grave of whatever the actor's name is to
I'm forgetting the actor's
name. To dig out his grave, and because they were big fans of his work and stuff like that. Just sort of reminded me of that a little bit.
So Blissful says that the guy had a framed magazine cover with his girlfriend on it, and I remember that now. So she must have been a model.
Okay. So yeah, so he's sort of and he finds this the guy's old makeup kit that has a little mirror on it, and he starts seeing things as he starts seeing the guy's face in the mirror, and he's slowly sort of getting more and more obsessed. If he's not obsessed at the beginning of it, he's more and more obsessed as the episode goes on. Where it's just like, it's sort of like a Shining thing where Jack Nicholson is always already crazy at the beginning of The Shining.
Yeah, that's
and it's about his descent into madness. This kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. So we must be on the same wavelength tonight, TJ, because I was thinking it had, not an exact replica of The Shining. It wasn't that good, but it did have little tinges of The Shining in it, especially the scenes where he was kind of having the nightmares and seeing the flashes of that actor in makeup and stuff.
Yep.
And he was underneath the desk or something at one point, and the girlfriend comes in there and she says, "Oh my gosh, what is happening to you?"
Yeah.
But he did seem a little off in the beginning, in the same way that Jack Nicholson just is like this, and it's like I think that was one of the things Stephen King didn't like about Kubrick's The Shining, was that there was no progression of a normal man with, different issues going on, including alcoholism. And there was no progression of him losing his mind. You look at Jack Nicholson and, oh yeah, he's crazy. I'm not saying he didn't play it good. It's just,
yeah. I mean, Jack Nicholson was way better than Steven Weber, but Steven Weber at least had the descent in the madness, and he just didn't start off, like he was more believable from where he was at the beginning of the movie to where he is at the end. I mean, as soon as Jack Nicholson's in the car, he saw it on the TV. Yeah. My eyes are about to pop out of my head, and
he's
smile is gonna break my face off. But yeah,
he was semi-normal when he was like calling Wendy from the hotel after he'd had his interview, and
yeah, after the interview, he's already crazy.
Yeah,
right. That's what the cutoff point. Meanwhile, the movie is a masterpiece, and probably people are gonna who see this who don't like us and. You're going to go, oh, you bastards. You talk about The Shining like that. How dare you? It's the best movie ever made.
Yeah, I didn't say I didn't like The Shining.
I know.
The Shining as a movie is classic, and it's classic horror. But you got to look at it as it's Kubrick's Shining. It's not King's Shining.
Yeah. I mean, it's so good that some people were putting scenes into their movies. I won't say which movie because we have to wait till Monday. Oops, I just spoiled it. Anyway. I'm sorry, but come on.
Okay.
If people have seen any of the trailers, they know that that's going to be in it. Anyway.
Exactly.
So yeah. So he's just basically he's crazy, and his girlfriend just keeps trying to get him out of there, but he won't leave. And he keeps getting darker and darker until, spoiler. He succumbs to the force and power of Fulton's spirit, I guess, is what's there. And
I guess he gets possessed. I mean,
because he basically at the end he turns into him, literally. I mean, yeah. But I think this is especially after that last episode. This plays the dark, spooky atmosphere so much better, and like I said, the acting's pretty good. The girlfriend's fine. She's not the greatest thing, but for what she needs to do in the episode, she does well enough, I think. And the guy who plays Fulton Pierce is really good at the faces and the expressions. And
in and out of my haze of sleep last night, this is the one I finally gave up on and finished watching today.
Okay.
I don't know why. I guess just in my haze of sleep, everybody's going to laugh at me here because I know that when did Who's the Boss start coming on? Does anybody know what year that started?
80s? 80.
Was it mid 80s?
7?
Was it 87? Was it that late?
84.
Okay. So, you know,
Yeah, because what's her face was really young in that. I think
oh,
she. I think it wasn't too. I think she had done Annie probably within the few years of that episode, that show.
Alyssa Milano would definitely have not been old enough to be this guy's girlfriend in this episode.
No.
But for some reason, during my haze of sleep, I just woke up and my eyes were kind of blurry and stuff,
Mm.
And I looked at her and I was like, is that Alyssa Milano? And then I thought, no, Daniel, that's not Alyssa Milano.
She
But
started acting in '84, so yeah, that,
mhm.
she would have been. I don't know how old she would have been. How old is she now? She was. Oh, okay. She was born '72, so she would have been 72, 82. She would have been 12.
Yeah.
84, and then yeah, she would have. Yeah, she was too young to.
Yeah, too young to be in that part. But that's what happens when you go to sleep and wake up and you're looking at something on the screen. I remember one time, this is when I was still living with my parents, and so I didn't have a whole house to myself. I had a bedroom to myself, and so
Mm.
I got a big screen TV whenever I could afford it, you know. And so the TV was kind of close to my bed, and I used to fall asleep watching movies. And I was watching Jaws one night, and you talk about being scared to death. I woke up, and it was like the shark was in my face. And this wasn't even Jaws 3D. This was just regular old the original Jaws movie. I was like, holy crap. I almost jumped out of my bed or fell out of my bed or something. But just a word of warning, if you're living in a one room place or something like that, don't put your TV too close to your bed because you might get scared by something sometime. But anyway, that's my story for the night. But this one was another episode that was just kind of, it's okay. It had some good, it had a few good elements in it, and I think they tried with it. But I think they should have maybe gave the girlfriend a little more to do in
Yeah,
this episode because she wasn't a bad actress, but they didn't utilize her enough.
yeah, they didn't. Yeah,
It was she would pop up here and there, but I think it would have made the episode better if maybe she had been living with him or something, and as opposed to going back to her apartment or her house or whatever she was living in. Um, maybe she had, given in to him and said, "Oh, hey, okay, I'll give up my apartment or whatever, and I'll move into this place with you." That way, she would have been there in all the scenes. But this was another one too. I was just remembering one part where you guys will probably like this. It wasn't like it showed a lot of skin, but she was in. A lot of guys like to see their women in like I'm not trying to be dirty here, but panties and like a long sleeve shirt that kind of goes over the leg a little bit and stuff like that. You guys know I mean like a dress shirt type of deal. Come on, guys, help me out here. But anyway, there's a scene
we'll
where
let you dig your own hole.
the girlfriend is kind of gets startled or something. It might be when she's going to talk to him and he's like hiding under the table, but the shirt starts to come up a little bit and you see a little more leg, you see a little bit of her underwear, and so that's kind of, that's teasing the male audience that's watching this. But maybe again because it was on so late, it wasn't like this was on prime time
Yeah,
and when kids would be awake. This was later. I think I remember watching some of these episodes with my mom. I remember watching this, and I remember watching like Friday the 13th, the series, which would probably be another good series to cover at some point in time. And I remember Friday the 13th, the series coming on late at night as well. And
yes,
I've told that story of catching deadly friend late at night. I'm talking like after midnight, and I saw the part where Christy Swanson throws the basketball at Anne Ramsey's head when she's got the robot brain in her, and Anne
Still
Ramsey's
does.
head explodes, and she's just the body part is just jerking around. I saw all of that on regular television, and I was like, "Holy cow! Look, I'm seeing all this stuff, and it's not even cable or satellite or anything." So you could get away, I guess, with a lot of stuff if it was on late when little kids aren't supposed to be up and watching television. I probably shouldn't have been up. I wasn't that much older. I was probably maybe all of 12 or 13, and I was seeing Anne Ramsey's brains get splattered all over the wall.
Well, Christy Swanson still has a robot brain.
Well, we know
I think it's damaged, but anyway, that's a different story.
TJ thinks of Christy Swanson.
She was good until she started talking about things that weren't movie related. Anyway, yeah, I know what you're saying about the girlfriend, but I think as far as the story goes, to have him isolated is why he sort of gets taken over by the ghost or spirit or whatever. So if she had been with him, it would have changed the dynamic, and that would have been a totally different story. So I could see that, but then they'd have to change what was going on and make it a different kind of situation. But
maybe he could be affected when she was going to do her modeling gigs or something.
But that would be too frequent for her to come back unless she was gone for like months. And then
maybe she was going on assignment or something.
All right, we could rewrite this.
Yeah, I'm going to rewrite the whole episode. I'm just going to make it my own.
We can rewrite it and make it better, but yeah. The best part of it was the like I said, the guy who plays the actor dude with the expressions and stuff like that. But like, I like some of the. I guess, can you still call it cinematography even though it's a TV show? I guess you could still call it that. Yeah. So I mean, I like the visuals of it. But yeah, there should have been more meat to it. I think would have helped a lot.
Yeah.
But it was better than the last episode. So
what wasn't a horrible episode, but wasn't the most outstanding episode.
Right.
Which,
speaking of,
is going to bring us to the last episode of this disc. Not the last episode we're going to cover tonight, but the last episode on disc 1, which is the Sleeping Dragon. Which, guys, I got to be completely honest about this. Dragons for me belong in like fantasy movies or something like that. I didn't really find anything that creepy or scary, or, to be totally honest, not really anything that interesting with this. But I'm curious to see what TJ thinks about it. TJ's gonna, there we go.
It's a dinosaur, which it's called Sleeping Dragon, but this should be called Sleeping Dinosaur because it's a dinosaur.
Exactly. Yeah, it's titled wrong too.
Yeah, Christy was very cute and fun until she started talking about politics. Anyway, let's start talking about Christy Swanson and start talking about Sleeping Dragon. So, Sleepy Dragon with budget Linda Hamilton.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And the professor from Gilligan's Island is in it.
Yes, he is.
And Ken Shriner from One Life to Live, I think.
General Hospital and the spinoff Port Charles.
Did he marry that girl who was having?
He played Scott Baldwin. I knew that guy looked
familiar.
Scott,
that's it. Yeah.
Good old Scotty Baldwin.
Not the Scott Baldwin. The Baldwin brother, but
the one in General Hospital. Yeah.
Yeah, when I had to watch that because my mother was watching it, I remember he had an affair with, what was it, Lucy Coe? She was the one that
was
having an affair with a murderer guy, and then she was like the nerdy bookworm, and then she's one of those took off the glasses and took her hair out of the bun and she became sexy kind of characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that because I was like, yeah, what the hell is she wearing? She was still sexy. She just now she has no more glasses and her hair's down. I mean,
Yeah, the Gilligan's Island actor is Russell David Johnson.
yep, Russell, the professor and Mary Ann. They snuck those in at the last minute because
We're gonna have a sing along. We're gonna sing all these theme songs to television.
just sit right back in your. I don't know. Will that take the bots? Will they hear that and shut
Oh
down the
yeah,
stream because it's
they'll
copyright?
shut down the stream because that's copyrighted. Shame on you.
Anyway, directed by Mark Rezdiaka, who directed episode of The Hitchhiker. Yeah, he didn't do much. Can't pronounce his name. Anyway,
He is best known as a top director of heavy metal music videos in the 80s and 90s,
oh,
though.
was he? Oh, that's not on his IMDb.
He did artists included Quiet Riot, Kiss, Rat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did quite a few.
I've probably seen some of his videos. Oh, there we go. There's a full list of. Oh, he directed the Spinal Tap video, Bitch School. Oh, I remember that video.
Oh, he did music video for Holiday Road, the Lindsey Buckingham song. Does anybody remember Holiday Road from National Lampoon's Vacation?
Holiday Road.
Oh, he did I Can't Take It by Cheap Trick. Heart. I mean, he did a whole bunch of these.
You're getting the Black Hearts, Love Hurts. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, he did Firehouse, Don't Treat Me Bad. Well, he can't do everything great. Anyway, let's see. Remember Firehouse? Anybody remember Firehouse from the 80s?
I do.
Let's see. He directed a Winger video. Beavis and Butthead love Winger. I know that. So anyway, Ken Schreiner, Merrick is sort of a archaeologist type of guy who's found this thing. He uncovered this thing. Are they in the Antarctic or something?
Something like that.
Oh, they're in Nevada. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no. Here we go. Okay, so he found this prehistoric capsule in Reno, Nevada, and it's sort of this like oval, but disc-like oval shape. I mean, those are two different shapes, but it's like it's mostly flat from what we see it. And so they're studying this. They're trying to figure out where it's from because it's prehistoric. It's really old, and they don't know. They're trying to figure out where it came from, why it was there in Reno. And meanwhile, there's a snowstorm going on outside, so I don't actually know where they're at. There's this big snowstorm going outside, and it's Merrick. Jeffrey is the Russell Johnson character, and Lisa. I think it's Jeffrey's daughter, Lisa. But also her and Merrick sort of have this relationship going on. Mm. And then there's another woman who's like, I guess she's another scientist. I can't remember her name because they don't list her in the top cast list. They don't list her in the cast. That's weird. Huh. Maybe she's a non-credited. I'm not gonna find out what the fuck. What the F word? You people doing these streams and you ain't prepared. Yep, we're not prepared. Anyway,
I had to get too much sleep. Sorry, guys.
I know you almost slept through the episodes. Oh, they don't even mention it anywhere.
I may have to do a stream tomorrow night just so I can use my new green screen because I wanted to have it. I wanted to have it for this one, but yeah, things happen.
Yeah, I can't find her name. Anyway, there's another person there, which doesn't matter because she's examining the structure and she gets killed, and a lot of blood splurting, and so this this thing is an egg basically, and this giant creature, which looks like a T-Rex, but obviously but with normal arms, because they obviously had to put in a guy in a suit to attack everybody. So it's like a dinosaur T-Rex looking kind of thing, which they call it. They call it a dragon for some reason. I guess they wanted to be fancy with the title instead of calling it, dinosaur. They had to call it dragon. At least that's what I'm thinking. Sleeping dragon. But I think it's the phrase "Let sleeping dragon." Isn't that a phrase? Let sleeping dragons. That's not the phrase.
Well, there's a movie called Let Sleeping Corpses Lie.
Well, yeah, I know, but this is. Anybody know that? No? Anybody? No, I guess that is. It's Let Sleeping Dragons Lie. It's. No, it's a saying. Oh, Let Sleeping Dogs Lie. That's what it is.
Ah, gotcha.
So I guess it's a take on Let Sleeping Dogs Lie, but they didn't want, but it's basically a dinosaur, but they didn't want to say dinosaur. I don't get it. Anyway, there must be a reason for it, and I might have missed it in the episode. I don't know. Anyway, because Merrick is talking about dragons, and he has a discussion with Lisa about this. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just confusing myself now. Anyway, so they're basically fighting off a creature that's trying to kill him. Dr. Jeffrey thinks he might be intelligent, so he's trying to reason with the creature, and he's like, "Well, because we sort of come to the conclusion in the episode that the creature put itself into a sort of suspended animation." Because it was around at the time the dinosaurs were destroyed, I guess, and it was trying to save itself from destruction. So it put itself into a suspended animation, and that's why it was in this egg thing. So Dr. Professor, he's Dr. Professor now. Dr. Professor's like, oh, well, I should be able to communicate with him because he must be an intelligent creature. So he tries to communicate with the creature, but nope, sorry, you're dead. It kills him off. Then it tries to kill Lisa and Merrick, and they're trying to fight for their lives. And they lock themselves in a room, and the creature is knocking at the door, and it stops, and it stops trying to get at them. And she's like, she's obviously trying to figure out what's wrong, why it won't attack them. And she's like, why won't it attack us? And she's like, they make a comment about it being cold in there because the creature attacking has knocked out the electricity or whatever. So they can't. So she's like, maybe cold will stop it because maybe that's why it stopped attacking us. And he goes, well, if it's a dinosaur, dinosaurs were warm blooded. And she's like, well, maybe it's not a dinosaur per se. Maybe it wasn't from, maybe they're kind of thinking maybe it was an alien if it's not something that was on this earth. So they're having that discussion while there's a monster trying to kill them. I'm like, this is not the time, people, to be having this discussion. So, yeah, and then there's a point where they're like, well, we should call somebody for help. And the phone's dead, but we see that the phone, just the cord was taken out because later on Lisa plugs the phone back in and calls somebody, and I'm like, "What the hell? Really? That would have been the first thing to think of. Maybe the phone's not plugged in. No, there's nobody on. The phone's dead because later she plugs it in and goes, "Oh, look, I can make a phone call." I'm like,
"Yeah, I think I remember."
This wasn't a comedy, but that was like a goofy thing that happened. It was weird. Because this giant monster who they're very good at this show. They're except for the Fever Man episode where they showed you the creature. They did good at this, keeping it in the dark because like I said, they had a guy in a suit, and I think they had some animatronics for the eyes and stuff like that. And so I think they did pretty good. But there were a lot of shots where you could see it's sort of a clunky guy in a suit type of situation going on.
Right.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention that. Yeah. So anyway, the creature's attacking them, and Merrick's incapacitated, and it's going after Lisa, and she's like trying to figure out how to stop it. She smashes the window. The cold, it's snowing, so the cold air and the snow come in and basically kill the creature, and they're safe. But then there's the twist.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not the greatest episode either. The monster looks good for what it is, except for the clunky parts. Yeah. And the acting's is as good as you'd expect from TV actors, because I think they're mostly TV actors, at least at this point in their life. I mean, Russell Johnson, I don't know what. I know he was in a bunch of. I think he was in westerns and stuff like that, but
Yeah, he's got a face for western, so I'm just betting. Yeah,
I have a face for radio, but that's a different story.
How you can look at some people sometimes and say, well, I could see them in westerns, or I could see them in comedies, or something like that.
Yeah.
If you can envision them in an episode of Bonanza, then they probably could have been in some westerns. Yeah, I just, I like dragons. I'm not going to say that I hate dragons, but for me, dragons belong in like a fantasy movie or something like that, so they can really elaborate on them and let them shine a little bit.
Yeah.
I know why they kept this one in the dark, and for the most part, because the effects were limited. I mean, this was TV. They did have a smaller budget, but I just didn't see this one. Didn't feel like a monsters episode. We talked about some of the Tales from the Dark Side episodes not seeming like a Tales from the Dark Side episode. Well, to me, this one didn't seem like a monsters episode. I just
there was a monster in it, but
yeah, but I like dragons when they're more than just a monster or more than just a creature. I like it when they're actually doing things other than eating, attacking and eating people. I like seeing giant winged dragons that maybe people can ride on them or something. And kind of like the dragons that my cousin Heather, who's very artistically inclined, she can draw, paint, and sculpt anything. She got that talent in the family. I got more of the writing talent, and she got the being able to just create these wonderful paintings and sculptures and stuff like that out of her head. So she sculpted a dragon with wings one time, and it was the most beautiful thing, in my opinion, that I've ever seen. So that's the kind of dragons I like, not necessarily these vicious ones that, like TJ said, it was more like a dinosaur.
Giant lizard. It's more like this guy on my shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's more like a T-Rex or something than it was a dragon.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go on and on about it, but I just thought it was a extremely weak episode if you were to compare it with a lot of these other episodes, not just the ones we're covering tonight, but the series in general. Blissful must feel the same as me about dragons. So we're getting into Disc 2, and we're going to cover the first 4 episodes of Disc 2 before we end tonight, which the next episode is Pool Sharks, which it's not going to have anything to do about sharks. It's going to have stuff to do about with pool, but there's a twist in here.
Yeah, it ain't sharks.
No, it ain't sharks, but it's something else with sharp teeth.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let TJ start talking about pool sharks.
Yay. Well, we got this guy Gabe, who's playing pool, and comes to this. He's at this pool hall with this woman Natasha, who's playing pool with this other guy. She's beautiful, pretty woman, and she's sexy and whatnot. And she gets him in a game where she's a vampire. Okay, I'm just going to spoil it. I can explain this episode. She's a vampire, and she's like basically, if you win, you leave, and if I win, I'm going to suck all your blood out and kill you.
Yeah.
So the guy she's with, I don't even think. I guess she was just there playing with him. He just ends up leaving, and she's there with the dude, and so it's them playing pool for most of the episode. And then here's what the twist is, guys. I'm going to just have the twist from now. The dude, Gabe, is basically avenging his brother who was killed by Natasha. And he kills her in an interesting way. That's the best part, the way he kills her. I mean, it should be obvious, but as I was watching, I was like, oh, I should have realized that. But as I was watching, I was like, oh, that's a good way to kill her. He kills her with a pool cue, but not just a pool cue. He has made it's a special pool cue that he had made. I don't know how he snuck it into the pool hall, but it's like it has like a little button where the sharp part, comes out and stabs her and kills her. I thought, oh, that's a cool way to do it. Even though it should have been obvious that's how he was going to kill her. You think there's a point where like she sort of gets the upper hand and she literally grabs him, throws him on the pool table, and throttles him and is about to kill him and drink his blood when he gets smart. And also I didn't like the episode in general, but things I liked about it. I liked the whole there's a countdown where she really like wants to, I guess she wants to win fairly, but she's a vampire and evil, so I mean, how fairly does she really want to? But her servant guy keeps like telling her, "Look, it's this time, and it's like 6 a.m. and the sun's coming out, and you're gonna get back." And she's like, "No, I'll handle this. I know. I've been doing this for. I guess she's been doing it for centuries because that's her thing, where she goes to pool halls and does this to people all the time, like." I guess the guy's been following her for a while, and she's been doing it other places, not just his brother. I mean, she's been killing other people, and people have been disappearing. Going. He's like, "Oh, I've heard that this." He tells a story about this guy he heard about who met this woman playing pool, went off with her, and then he disappeared. The guy being his brother.
Did you think of the pool hustler as kind of like a Van Helsing type of character, only he played pool? If Van Helsing had been pool,
well, that's what he was doing. He was Van Helsing trying to. He was after her specifically. Van Helsing, I guess, in general knew about vampires, but I see. Yeah, I think it could have been. They could have done a literal Dracula versus Van Helsing with the pool thing as a theme. I think that would have been a cool, interesting idea. Maybe got Nicolas Cage to play.
There you go.
I still want to see that movie. I want to see Renfield because I think it looks good.
I do too.
It looks really good, but
just
anyway,
I'm intrigued by that movie.
Yeah. So I didn't love this episode, but I kind of like the aspects of it, like the time limit, and I like the pool cue thing, and I like the avenging the brother thing. That's a little bit Friday the 13th Part 7.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean the woman playing the main dude was good. I sort of like the guy who was sort of like the running the pool hall. He was like sort of a Dick Smith older guy character, which I liked. There's a point where she doesn't want to kill anybody else, but the guy she's playing pool with, so she kind of goes over to him and sort of like taps him on the head, and he falls unconscious for the rest of the episode.
Right, and isn't he like he's gonna ask her if she wants something to drink or something? She just kind of sticks that finger out and just kind of makes him go to sleep for a while.
Yeah. So I mean, those are my thoughts. Sorry, I had to just spoil it and go through it because it's like she's a vampire. Goddamn it.
That's okay. I mean, it doesn't take you long, really, if you're watching the episode to
Yeah.
figure out that she's a vampire. That comes up pretty quickly in the episode, I feel like. Um, I like this one okay. Again, not my favorite episode, but I definitely like it better than Sleeping Dragon. Um, and I like it better than The Vampire Hunter, which was the other vampire episode that we talked about a little
Yeah.
bit earlier, because this one seemed to have a little more meat to it, a little more going for it. And TJ's going to have another candy critter.
Yeah, I didn't know you were going to say meat at that point, but it was a perfect timing.
um, so
Subtitles, buddy.
I liked I liked the characters in this. I liked the dynamic between the pool hustler and the vampire seductress.
Yes.
Because you know, you got that little added sex appeal, at least for you guys anyway. Um, with having that sexy vampire in there. And they weren't just, you know, a lot of times in vampire movies, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't vampire seductresses in some of those movies, but generally you would have somebody like Christopher Lee coming in there and, you know, seducing the women. And like, you have other types like Salem's Lot where nobody wants to be with these vampires. You know,
They're gross.
they're, they're they're scary and gross. Nobody wants to be with them. But traditionally, vampires were usually the head vampire was a male. He was seducing anybody and everybody that, you know, usually women, and then he'd have a group of women that were basically his slaves once they became vampires, and they would just do his bidding so he could get more vampires. They would go out and seduce other men and bite them on the neck, and then there would be more and more vampires all the time. But I thought it was nice that they kind of switched it up a little bit and had this vampire be a beautiful woman and have her try to seduce this pool hustler, but
Yeah.
he basically wasn't having any of it because he had revenge on his mind because he was going to get revenge for his brother
Yeah.
who she had killed.
Yeah, it's a double reveal that she was a vampire and that he was the vampire hunter.
Yep, exactly. And would you agree, TJ, that this one was a lot better than the Vampire Hunter episode?
Yeah, I like this. I like this one a lot better than that one. It's not good as the pool episode. The pool episode in Tales from the Dark Side with Danny Aiello. That was a good one.
No, that one was classic.
Yeah,
that was classic.
but yeah, this was She's better than Regine from Fright Night 2.
Yeah, I agree.
She was fine in that. The hell played her in that? That wasn't Embeth Davis. That was something. Can't remember who that was. Who played the vampire in that? Jerry Dandridge's sister.
Oh gosh, dang! I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that.
I know the Fright Night remake sequel had a female vampire, and I didn't even see that one because it was just.
I didn't. I refused to watch it just because I love the original Fright Night.
Yeah. I watched the original remake, which was like I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, I didn't even want to go there with that because I've talked about Fright Night being one that I remember from my youth because it was one I remember my parents going to friends of theirs house, and I was old enough that they thought I could watch that and handle it. So I clearly remember being able to sit with the adults and watch Fright Night. So that is just ingrained in my memory now of that. Now my brother wasn't able to watch it. He was too young. He had to go in the bedroom with their younger son, and they played with He-Man toys while we were watching Fright Night. So anyway, Blissful says, "Do you have a favorite vampire?" I'm trying to think.
No.
Probably my favorite vampires, and this might be a little bit not a popular thing to say, But my favorite vampires are the pretty evil ones. You know, the Lost Boys, the ones in Salem's Lot, From Dusk Till Dawn. Um, the ones that really don't mess around. Now in the Lost Boys, Kiefer Sutherland was kind of a little bit of a seductive type of vampire, but they were still pretty vicious. And by vicious, I mean when they take Michael out and show him, you know, their true side, and they find those people, those, I don't know if they were punk rockers or what, but they were dancing around the fire and stuff. And David and the other vampires just descend upon them and are ripping their scalps off and doing. I mean, there's a lot of blood and stuff. That is really vicious, and I guess that is the type of vampire that I like, as opposed to the more romantic vampires like the Christopher Lee type stuff, the
Cruise.
Interview with a Vampire.
Blissful just brought up Queen of the Damned.
Yeah, Queen of the Damned. I even like
Texas. You don't need to see the remake. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, stay far away from that. John Carpenter's Vampires. I don't know how many people have seen John Carpenter's Vampires, but that one's pretty decent too. So, what about you, TJ? As far as
I mean, I like Lost Boys a lot. I like there's one called Daughters of Darkness, which is it's a female vampire, and I think that's a pretty cool one. It's got John Carlin, who was on in Dark Shadows, and he was on Cagney and Lacey. He played the husband of Cagney. No, Lacey. Yeah, that's it. Fright Night. Yeah, I love Fright Night a lot.
Fright Night, I do too.
I think I think one of a convention that's not too far from me is going to have like a kind of a Fright Night reunion. I think like Amanda Bierce is going to be there, and I'm like, oh, I want to meet her. I would love to meet her.
Yeah, she's.
And I think the porn star is going to be there too. Ex porn star, but she's cool too. Even if he, whatever he needed to do to pay the bills, I understand. But
yeah, right.
I don't understand that much that I would do that. Just to clarify. Anyway,
we won't think too much on that one.
Yeah, meet Bierce. Love to meet her. Married with children, and I like that. I don't know if she talk. I don't know how would you talk to somebody who's a director? I mean, that's an interesting. What would you ask like a director related question? So, what lenses do you like? I mean.
Well, me when I met Sam Raimi, I mean he's more of a producer now, but he used to be a director, and he still is to some extent. I mean, basically, when I met him, I think I was so in awe of him that I just, shook his hand, said it was great to meet him, and I loved all of his work and all that. So. I guess it would depend. I guess what mindset you are in when you go up to meet whatever director you're going to meet. Because, I mean, I've met John Carpenter in the past, and I basically said the same thing to John Carpenter. I guess I don't get real detail when I'm talking to directors. I don't really get too detailed when I meet anybody now, because it almost seems like almost everybody has a hellacious line anymore. And I just feel like I got to get up here and I got to meet them, and then I got to get out of here or get what I have signed and get on out of there. So the next person can go through. I mean, maybe that's just me feeling that way, but I always feel pressure now to get up there, say what I got to say, get something signed, get a picture if I can, and get on out of there. But I don't know if everybody feels that way, and they probably shouldn't. I mean, you're paying good money to get into a convention. You're paying good money to get them to sign something or to meet them or whatever, and you should really take your time. But
I'm weird. I'm always thinking about other people. I'm like, oh, well, they got other people. There's a big line, and I don't want to take all their time. And maybe they don't want to answer stupid questions that a billion times you've answered before. And like when I met, it was a few years ago when I met Heather Langenkamp, I started talking about Just the 10 of Us. And she was very excited to talk about that because I think, especially at a horror convention, not too many people talk about that with her. And if I ever meet Brooke Thies, that's the same thing I would ask. You were Debbie, but you were also on Just the 10 of Us.
Well, I did kind of the same thing when I met Leah Thompson. A lot of people were bringing up Back to the Future stuff, of course, but I brought a poster of Howard the Duck. And she seemed, she seemed pleased that I brought her a Howard the Duck poster to sign. I think she may have said something like, "That's the first Howard the Duck related item I've signed this weekend," or whatever. And hell, I don't even know where my Howard the Duck poster is now. I need to find that damn thing.
If she'd probably be $1 million by the time I meet her, but if I ever met her, I'd want her to sign the Howard the Duck soundtrack because she sings on that. So I mean,
yeah, it does.
With Holly Marie Robinson from 21 Street, who was a real singer, but she's singing backup to Leah Thompson. Yep. Leah Thompson's voice was fine. I'm just saying that, it's like Aretha Franklin singing backup for Kesha. I don't know if that would be a weird backup thing.
Yeah, a little bit weird. I did want to bring up something else that Blissful said up here. But this was in connection with the Sleeping Dragon episode. She says she has a cute statue of a dragon reading that's in my library. Now, I love that. I love books, and I worked in libraries for many, 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 many years. My first library job I was at for 17 years. So I definitely can appreciate something like that.
When I played D&D, I was Dragonborn, so that was my character.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever heard you say that you used to play D&D.
Yeah, I was playing with a group of friends, and then my schedule of work changed, so I couldn't play with them anymore. And they sort of like, "Sorry, your character went up to the tower, and we never saw him again." And I was like, "Thanks." And then when my schedule changed back, they stopped playing. I was like, "Well, thanks a lot." So,
thanks a lot, guys.
But yeah, I'm a nerd who plays Dungeons and Dragons. What a shocker. Anyway.
So I guess we'll move on to episode 10, which is Pillow Talk. Now,
because of Mary Warrenoff, I really love this episode.
I like it.
If she wasn't in it, I don't know if it would be the same episode.
Yeah, I don't think it would be as good if Mary Warrenoff was not in it. And something I had forgotten when I was talking about Theodore Gershony directing that Holly's House episode, and he also did Silent Night, Bloody Night. Mary Warrenoff was married to him for a little while.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I don't think he did. I think I looked already. I don't think he did anything to do with this episode, but I just found that interesting that Mary Warrenoff was in Silent Night, Bloody Night, and she's also in this. And Theodore Gershony had something to do with both things in some capacity. So
that might have been why she was on the show itself, maybe not on something he specifically had his hands in.
Right.
He's like, "Oh, I'm working on the show, and maybe you should do one of the parts." Because Mary Warrenoff, I'm sure that she didn't audition for this. I'm sure they're like, "Oh, we want you to be in the episode."
Mary Warrenoff.
Which episode would you like to be in?
We'll give you any part you want.
The writer of this episode, or one of the writers, Dave Odell, wrote Supergirl and wrote for the Dark Crystal, and Masters of the Universe, but at least he wrote for 2 good movies. Well, Supergirl's not a good movie. Never mind. That's a cult classic more than a good movie. Anyway, and directed by Carl Stein, who he doesn't seem to have any other credits but this episode. Anyway, for you people who want to see a girl almost naked, because she's in a bra and panties in this episode.
Yes, this is the one I was talking about, and it's not Mary Warrenoff.
No. So she had she was in pretty good shape too. So I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure she could have been, but that wasn't her character. She's in like sort of a I'll get to her character anyway. Yes, so pillow talk. So I have this Miles Magnus, who was a horror writer. Shocked this wasn't written or by Stephen King. That would have made sense. Who he invites this girl over to, he invited a girl over to his house. What do you think's going to happen?
yeah.
And he starts sweet talking her with his words because he's a writer, so he has all these eloquent words. This is actually an episode where I wrote down shit. Just dropped the cup. Anyway, so he's coming on to her, but he's very like, he's an odd guy. He's very stiff, and he's very like robotic, I'd say.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this guy in a second because he's been on a lot of other stuff.
And he tells her that she's very like ditzy, like just off the bus kind of person. And he's like, you're beautiful, wonderful, terrific. And she's like, no one's ever talked to me like that. I usually have guys who are like, beer drinkers and, hey, jump in the bed type of dialogue. I don't get actual, people telling me nice, being nice to me and being romantic and whatever. And he sits around the bed. He's like, oh, come over to the bed. And, after looking through his collection of 200 books, which he has nicely displayed up on his on a shelf, and so he brings her over to the bed and starts seducing her and slowly taking off her clothes, and she takes off. She's so excited that he's nice to her that she starts taking off her clothes, and then she's taking off her skirt, and he's sort of helping her with it and taking off her shoes, and she's slipping in the bed, and she's trying to get her really comfortable because he wants to have what with her. Well, he doesn't want to have what in that sense. He wants to have her for dinner, but he's not going to eat her. His bed's going to eat her because his bed's alive, and she sort of reaches into the bed, and all this slime is on her arm, and she sees the mouth open, and the bed sort of starts devouring her, and she's sliding into the bed, and her screams and whines are pretty graphic, I'd say. You could think they're sexual sounds, but she sounds like she's really suffering. She's reaching for him, and she's getting sucked down, and she's getting.
Did you did you think that the bed when the mouth opens in the bed and you can see the teeth?
Yeah.
Didn't that sort of remind you of what was the episode, A New Lease on Life, where the guy moves in an apartment?
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
It looks like that, whatever the creature part is where they feed the organic garbage to. I thought it looked a lot like that.
Yeah, because it's like a mouth. It's pretty gooey and gore, and the mouth moves pretty cool, and the teeth and stuff. It also reminds me. There's a movie called The Deathbed, The Bed That Eats. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It's like a 70s horror art movie.
I think I have. I think I may.
It's a crazy weird movie. I won't say it's a good movie or not, but
I think way back when I was doing the Blood Type magazine and was getting I actually got movies for review, and some of the companies, they weren't well-known companies. It wasn't like Vinegar Syndrome or Synapse or something was sending me a whole box of free movies.
Yeah.
Some of these lesser known places like Cheesy Flicks and stuff like that, I let them know that I had this fanzine and I would do reviews. And I didn't ask for a whole box of movies, but they sent me a whole box of free movies. And I was thinking that one may have come in one of those boxes. I wouldn't have bought it on my own, but
Yeah.
if they sent it to me for free, I was going to at least watch it, So I think
I think I've had one of those 50-pack movie cheap ass DVDs that are like a bunch of movies on one disc, but it was like 50 movies, and I think that's where I saw it first. But I think I'd read an article maybe in Fangoria. There's another deathbed movie, but it's not the one I'm talking about. It's just weird 70s. I'm sure they were on drugs when they made it because it seemed very like psychedelic. I bet watching it on drugs would probably be good because it's just weird. I don't know.
Maybe we could
watch it.
We could let old Curly Jaws have some gummies or eat some shrooms again, and watch it and see what he.
I bet he'd like the movie. I don't know.
Probably would.
So anyway, the bed eats poor Barbara. She's just ditzy and wants to find love, but nope, she gets eaten. And well, she's gone, and well, the bed can't just eat once, right? It's got to eat more than once. We get introduced to Vicky, played by Mary Warnock. Yay! I'd be like Kermit the Frog. We have on this episode of the Muppet Show, we have Mary Warnock. Yay!
Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah. Kermit the Frog.
So she's Vicky. She's Vicky, and he invites her over to see his because he has a collection of 200 books, and she's reading through the names of the books, and they have all these. They're French books, and have all these different names, and like I said, Miles is a horror writer. Some of his books are Curse of the Mutilated, Death Tongue, I Drink Your Skin, Scream of the Tortured, and my favorite, Eat My Brains Out.
Which classic.
Which Vicky says there's a German or French version of that title. I can't. Eating Raoul, yes, she's great.
Yeah, I love Eating Raoul.
And those characters from Eating Raoul have a cameo in Killbots, aka Chopping Mall.
Yes, they do.
They're literally those because right. Their name tags say the Bland couple because that's their name. And Eating Raoul, I forget their first names up, but they're Bland.
I clearly remember Mary Warnock and Paul Bartel being in that scene. And also, if you got a sharp eye, you'll see Angus Scrimm in the audience when they're showing them the Killbots as well.
Yes. I think recently it was this year the movie came out, and this year, and the movie came out on this day, and I did like a TikTok, and I did some clips from Chopping Mall, and I did like the scene where they look at each other and go, oh. Yeah. These Killbots are great. They didn't call Killbots. They're like, these robots are great, and they'll have them all over the place, and they look at each other, oh boy.
Yeah.
We've been in horror movies. We know what to do. Anyway, so she's very excited about his books, but she's also a little standoffish towards him. Like, I don't know if you could say she's suspicious. But she's like, oh, I sensed something about you that really got me interested in you, and I really wanted to meet you. She met him at a book party, and she makes a comment about how she's met 200 guys at book publishing parties.
The question is, did she sleep with all those guys or not?
I mean, yeah. She says this, because he's a horror writer. She says, like, I'm a romance novelist, and he's like, yeah, you look like somebody I've seen on the back of one of those kind of books. But yeah, she's just, you think, and he's weird. She's weird too. She's like an excited weird. He's like sort of a deadpan, like not he gets emotional, but he starts off sort of like I said, deadpan and very like just odd.
But there's something I don't like about that guy. He seems sort of like a jerk too.
I mean, I think this fits this character. Because I don't know if he's a bad. Well, we'll get to his plot reasoning. But yeah, so she's like, and she says weird things too. She's like, he's like, can I get you a cold beer? And she's like, oh, I don't like things. I don't eat or drink anything cold. And like I was saying about, planting things in your mind in these episodes, this is something like, why did she say something like that? Like, run it under the tap, run it under a warm tap. I'm like, okay, sure. Anyway, I mean, I know why, but people who haven't seen the episode might know why. Anyway, so she starts wanting to read some of his work, and his current work, because she kind of knows who he is. So he gives her something to read, and like she finds something that he's been writing, and she's very intrigued by the way he writes, and he's talking about I don't know the word specifically, but it's like I get these feelings, and I'm being drawn to this, and I'm being told to do things by the master, and she's like really intrigued, and she's like, she wants to read more stuff, and he shows her this kind of, well, as you probably have that too, as writing stuff. You probably have like a folder or like a bunch of stuff that you've written, sort of like wrapped up, kind of haphazardly, kind of
thing. Notebooks and like journals and stuff, and I tell people, but I'll tell this real quick. I've told people about this before, but like when Steve and I hadn't been married very long, I dug out all my old like notebooks where I did poems and stuff, and I had done a ton of poems, and I just thought I would read a few of them to Steve, and he was like, "Oh my God, Dana, did you actually write this stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, a lot of this stuff, came from right here. It came from my heart, And he's just shaking his head. So, needless to say, I don't read him any of my work anymore because he doesn't get it. But anyway, back to this episode.
So anyway, he grabs like a package of his like notes that he's jotted down some ideas and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that looks familiar, because me writing stuff too. I'm like, I don't have any organization. I'm just he had like this rubber band around it. I was like, that looks about right. So yeah, she starts reading it, and he goes over to get her a drink that's not. He gets her a not cold beer. Okay, and he starts talking. He turns around, and she's gone. You hear her car start and run off, and he's like, Ricky! And like. So
shut up, dude.
Yeah. So he finds out where she calls him, right? She calls him on the phone, and he's like, give me my stuff back, and she's like, well, come to my house and we'll talk about it. Mm-hmm. So she goes over to his place, and she's sort of seducing him a little bit, and she's talking about his work and how they should maybe collaborate on something. And she's like, she's talking about the master he mentioned in his stories, which is, it's a reference to the master is the bed. And she's like, well, what, don't you think you think he's the only one? And she's like, no, he's like, yes, he's the only master. He's the only one that exists. And she's like, well, what if there were more? And he's in the bed, and he like pulls up the covers and kind of looks, and is like, okay, he's double checking to make sure he's not, her bed isn't going to eat him. So, okay. So, he's like, oh, okay. He thinks he's safe. And, yeah, well then, I mean, this is a pretty good twist, I think.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'll stop and let you kind of go, and then I'll finish it off.
I enjoyed this episode. It's again, some people might think the bed that eats people might be a little bit hokey, but I just thought it was fun. And I also wanted to talk about John Deal, who plays the writer in this. I don't know how many of you have seen Mikey or even remember that movie from the early 90s. How many people remember the horror movie Mikey with Brian Bonsall, who played Andy in the later episodes of Family Ties? He was the final child that Elise had later on in life, because she already had
Yeah.
the three older kids. She had Alex and Mallory and Jennifer, and then Andy was a surprise. But Brian Bonsall played Andy in that, but he plays Mikey in the movie Mikey, and he's the killer kid, with a lot of issues. Any kid that kills is going to have issues anyway. But so John Deal plays, I guess, Mikey's second or third adopted father, um, according to the course of the movie.
Yeah.
But John Deal has been on a lot of stuff. He was on Escape from New York. He played a punk. He played Cruiser in Stripes. He's been on a bunch of television shows. He played the killer in Angel from 1983.
Okay. Yeah.
He was the assistant mechanic on National Lampoon's Vacation. So he's been on he was on the Miami Vice television show, Beauty and the Beast, In the Heat of the Night. He was on a ton of like mostly television before he did Mikey in 1992. He was in Mo Money. How many people remember Mo Money from 92?
He was in The Great Kickboxer too. I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
That movie
so
great, by the way.
he was in Mine Ripper from 1995.
Wasn't that a Fangoria produced movie, or am I imagining that?
It may have been.
It's mine. I remember that
Yeah,
title.
that sounds about right.
I think Fangoria tried to do a couple of. They tried to do their own movies back in the. There was one they released, was a zombie movie. I can't remember what was the
Oh,
title. It was
yeah.
a really good zombie movie. Like, it was about a guy who was slowly turning into a zombie, and he was
Mm.
like, he like became homeless and stuff. He's trying to figure out how to eat and stay alive, because like he would still rot, but if he had to eat people to stay alive. And then they did a sequel to it with a bunch of women too, which I can't remember the title, but it was a really good. It's so good I can't remember the title.
He was on Con Air as well. He played Poe's lawyer. He was uncredited in that, though. Yeah, he was in a ton of stuff. Like I said, just a mixture of movies and television.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, he plays this character of the writer very very well. Um, just one of those writers that almost believes his own hype,
Mm.
pretty much. He's not like a, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a writer, like a modern day writer you could compare him to. He's not like a Stephen King, because Stephen King is a pretty humble guy, and he's a happily married man. So I don't think he would be luring women to his house to, do nefarious things to them or feed them to his monster bed or whatever. But if anybody can think of a writer that's kind of full of themselves, if you've seen interviews with anybody that we could compare this guy to, but he seems like one of those people that literally can't handle a little bit of fame. It just goes straight to their head, and they get where they think they're untouchable. That's kind of like what the feeling I got from this character. But I think John Deal does an excellent job with it, because he's got the acting chops, and sadly, he's got the face for it. Because there are a couple of looks that he gives that are kind of like a sly, like, aha, I've got the upper hand kind of looks. to him, and they're not the looks that a lot of people could pull off. So, um, Mary Warnov, of course, is excellent in this, as she is excellent in everything that
Mm.
Mary Warnov's another one that I've never ever ever seen her put in a bad performance. If somebody knows of a bad performance she's done, you can let me know, but I don't know of any.
Adam Togar from Rock and Roll High School, and she plays the sort of the same character in Rock and Roll High School 2.
Yeah.
With Corey Feldman.
Yes, I remember watching. Say, Rock and Roll High School is classic, but was they called Rock and Roll High School Forever? Is that what they called
That was the sequel, yeah.
Yeah. And that one has a special place in my heart too, just because it's so zany and over the top.
Yeah.
You know, I just remember that one scene where I need to rewatch that movie. I remember that scene where they were doing drug testing and they were like making them pee in a cup type of thing. And Corey Feldman and the other guys were in the bathroom, and I guess they had apple juice or something. They were pretending like it was urine, and they started drinking it. And this one guy said, "This no my pee." And they were kind of like passing it around, and everybody was drinking, and it was grossing people out and stuff. But
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. But Texas was saying both of them were in Rock and Roll High School, and
yeah,
that
yeah.
is correct. And I
Paul
believe
Bartel was a teacher. He was
yeah, and I believe Paul Bartel was in Killer Party as well.
Yes. Yep.
As a college professor, I guess you would call him.
Yep.
That one, who bad things happened to him eventually in that movie. I'm not going to go into details in case some of you haven't seen it. But yeah, I thought this one was an interesting kind of. I mean, some of it was kind of comedic, or maybe a little.
There's a line between horror and comedy. I think they did.
Yeah, they did. They did
pretty good. Pretty okay with it. Yeah.
But I'm going to turn it back over to TJ to talk about the little bit of a twist ending there.
Yeah. So, like I said, she's sort of seducing him. He's going along with everything she's saying about doing a book together and all that kind of stuff. And when he realizes the bed's not going to eat him, he's like, "Oh, okay." He's a little bit more relaxed than when he first got there. So she's like, I think she wants a beer now, and she says, "Oh, go to the refrigerator and get me a cold beer." And now, if you remember what she said earlier, she doesn't like to eat or drink anything cold. But she sends him over to the refrigerator to get a cold beer for both of them.
And he should have paid attention earlier when she.
He should have. I did for sure.
Yes.
And, he goes in and starts reaching into the refrigerator, and whoops! There's the twist. She doesn't have a bed. That's the master. Her master is the refrigerator. And there's a point which I liked where he kind of laughs. Because I think he just realized he's just been screwed like he's done to all those other women.
He's getting paid back now.
Yeah, I should have phrased that like that. He's getting paid back. The other word makes it sound different. He's getting paid back for what he's done to all those other women. And yeah, I mean, it eats him and he's screaming too. It's not as... It didn't disturb me as much as earlier, but it was real. And like I said, he's like, ha ha ha! Oh, now I get it. You just did the same thing to me. Ha ha! And then he starts screaming. Yeah. Which it would have been cool if they had they got to see look at each other and that was in a shot, but that we didn't need that.
Like if the refrigerator pulled him in like legs first instead of
and they looked at each other. That would have been cool.
I'm gonna rewrite all these episodes. So
it's got the kicking legs as it's eating him up, and then she's reading his stuff, and she's like, "Yeah, we probably would have worked out anyways with a collaboration, so whatever." And then she's reading the stuff, and
so while TJ was talking about the ending and talking about the fact that his master was the bed that would eat people. Her master was the refrigerator that would in turn eat people. But I was kind of reminded as he was talking of the Tales from the Dark Side episode. Oh gosh, the Shadow Man. Because we didn't know at the beginning of that episode that everybody had a shadow man under their bed. And so the boy that ends up like turning against his friends and going with the popular crowd and all that stuff. And then the bully that keeps picking on him, he thinks, oh, because my shadow man told me that he would never hurt the person under whose bed he lives. So he just thinks that his shadow man is the only shadow man. So he agrees to meet this bully on the playground after dark, even knowing that people had been attacked by the shadow man because he thought he was safe. And then we see the shadow man materialize, and the other guy's like, "Oh, I'm getting the hell out of here," because, and he thinks it's his shadow man, and the shadow man starts attacking him. He's like, wait a minute, you said you'd never hurt me because you live under my bed. And he says, I am a shadow man from under someone else's bed. And then starts, manhandling the kid at the end of that episode. Yeah. So this is kind of reminded me of the Shadow Man episode, because they don't have shadow men, but they each have, one is a large appliance, one is where you sleep, but there were two different monsters in two different locations, or two different masters in two different locations. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, but he at least gets to sleep. She can't eat anything or drink anything that's out of
the so I guess she has to eat. She can't have any lunch meat. She can't have any. She has to drink her beer hot. And
yeah,
all that stuff.
Isn't there a horror movie called The Refrigerator?
It seems like there is.
I think there is, but anyway.
There's the washing machine also.
Well, that one I haven't seen yet, but there's a refrigerator one I think I've seen. It's like it's from the 80s, I think.
There was one called, wasn't there a horror movie called Rubber or something about a
it's about kill a tire. Yeah.
I think Steve saw that a long time ago, or quite a ways back. Okay, so we're down to the final two episodes that we're going to talk about tonight. So episode 11 is Rouse Him Not, which I'll just start off by saying this was definitely not one of my favorite ones. But Lorraine Newman is in this.
I love her. So
I do love Lorraine Newman. I will say that, who everybody should remember from Saturday Night Live.
Invaders from Mars. She plays the mom in Invaders from Mars. The remake Invaders from Mars.
She was on Problem Child 2. Oh yeah, that's right.
With Travolta and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was in Problem Child 2, the Coneheads, the Flintstones.
Oh, that's right. She couldn't play her own character in the Coneheads, but she had to play the aunt, and she's not referenced as the aunt, but she's the aunt in the credits.
Oh, this is interesting. I got to bring this up about Lorraine Newman. She recalled being stopped in the street in New York City by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, who introduced themselves to her.
She wanted a three-way with them?
I don't think it was.
I don't know. John and Yoko in those days, I don't know.
They were pretty wild, weren't they? But I guess they were fans of her from Saturday Night Live at that point in time. So I think she was on there from like 75 to 80.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the original cast.
Was in that in 1980. But
and this isn't a funny role. And she does good. She's a good actor, let's say that. Yeah. So in Invaders of Mars, she's good in that too. But that's not the greatest movie, but I liked a lot of it.
Yeah.
I like when what's her face gets eaten by the monster. That's good. You sort of just bump into her and and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna eat her anyways, even though she's on our side."
Exactly.
I thought that was hilarious. Anyway,
Oh,
yeah.
I
So,
gotta bring this up because
go for it.
Blissful's met everybody.
Oh, you met Yoko?
She says Yoko was really nice the few times we met. I get the feeling that Yoko took a lot of flack because people say, oh, she stole John away from Cynthia. She ruined John, she ruined his music. She did. And now people don't like how she's handling his legacy now. So, but yeah, that's nice to know. And TJ, you keep talking. I'm going to go make sure Sammy quiets down so he doesn't
Sure.
speak up.
I mean, yeah, I don't know Yoko personally, so I can't really say anything. Though what I heard, what supposedly she did to Julian Lennon, that sounds a little too iffy to me. That sounds kind of true. I don't know. Anyway, now I'm looking at the chat. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean she's artistic music. She's not like a singer, but I mean I've heard a couple of things and it's not terrible. I mean I would download a couple of her songs. Anyway, Rouse Him Not. It's about a painter and she has these visions that she paints, and so the locals are a little weary about her, and she has a what the hell is his name? A next door neighbor who kind of shows up on her land and kind of, yeah, the family aren't the nicest to the family. The neighbors aren't the nicest to Lorraine Newman's character Linda, who lives in this town. They think she might be a witch. And she gets visited by John Dunstan, and he's an interesting character because she's sort of playing this character like a regular character. He's sort of an out of place character, let's say. The way he's speaking is a little too lyrical, maybe. That he's a little dramatic, but like old timey dramatic. Not that he's an actor dramatic kind of thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyway, so so she's like I said, she's a painter. So there's the basement where she wanted to. So like I said, she's a painter. So she was thinking of using the basement as sort of her place, her gallery to sort of open up to people to come and look at her work and whatever. So she kind of unleashes something that she doesn't realize she has unleashed. And this guy who's come to help her is sort of knows kind of what's going on, and we don't really know why he knows. So there's a little mystery behind this guy. So he invites the next door neighbor to come over and kind of tell her what the previous owner had done. So there was a murder there, and that the person there was sort of accused as being a witch, and yeah, I mean that's the basic story. I mean, you can talk about it.
I thought the episode was a little dry. I mean, I think Lorraine Newman's character I think she was the best thing about it, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Because like TJ said, she really showed off her acting chops. She showed that she just wasn't this character that did sketches on Saturday Night Live, she could, do more than that. And I think that that's great that she was allowed that opportunity, or probably more than one opportunity. Um, she was allowed. Um, I also like to see her in Saturday Night Live sketches. I think she's very funny.
Yeah.
But this was not a character that was supposed to be comedic. This was more of a normal everyday character, but I think she took it and ran with it. Um, and boy, were those paintings good in there. I don't think she really painted them, but I mean, they were nice paintings and nice to look at.
They were like night gallery paintings, like you would see them in an episode of Night Gallery.
Mm-hmm.
She's painting one, and where it's a guy in a doorway, and
Yeah.
as she's painting it, someone behind her in the doorway is sort of coming out as she's painting it, and you don't know if she's painting what's happening or she's being manipulated into painting, and it's one of those situations.
Yeah, but I thought overall the episode was sort of dry.
Yeah.
And I don't know. They could have done so much more to like spice it up a little bit. I mean, Lorraine Newman was doing all she could to move this story along, I think, and it just I think maybe it was the story writing. Who wrote this one? Uh,
Michael Parry
Michael Perry.
and Manly Wade Wellman.
Oh, Mark Showstrom, the makeup effects guy, he directed
Directed it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the trouble was in the writing. I mean, I hate to talk about poor old Michael Perry, but the writing just what to me wasn't up to snuff.
Oh my God, he wrote the Uncanny. Oh.
Did he really?
The 1977 Evil Cat movie. Wow, I see why. Anyway, he wrote Extra. All righty.
Oh, that's an odd one though. Steve and I watched that not very long ago.
He was British. He must have been British because this seemed very Hammer like.
Yeah.
You ever seen Beast in the Cellar? This is what it sort of reminded me of, that movie. Just the way it looked. It was sort of dark and not spooky is not the word, but like it looked evil. Let's say that. And the creature's not bad. It's like the dragon episode where you don't see it a lot because it's in shadows, but when you see a glimpse of it, it looks pretty like disturbing looking and kind of. Because there's a point where the next door neighbor goes into the basement and you see these big gross hands kind of grab and pull them out of the frame, and then, like I said, she had disturbed the basement where she unleashed this whatever the creature was, so it's sort of rising up out of a pit and sort of like not bloody but like greasy and grimy, and it kind of reminded me of what is that? The Fear Street movies where the creatures are coming out of the slimy. That's what it reminded me of, that kind of thing. So that stuff kind of worked, but it wasn't all that. So it wasn't as exciting because it was a lot of talking for the most part, I think.
And I think Wikipedia has his name spelled wrong. It's actually spelled Michel.
Okay.
On IMDb, but they've got it spelled the regular Michael way. I'm going to kill Sammy if he doesn't stop that barking. He's really wanting to go outside, but I was like, you can wait until we're done with this stream because we just got one episode left to cover. But I closed the bedroom door, so hopefully he won't wake up Steve. But I don't know why he's barking. I don't know what's making him bark. But anyway.
That didn't help.
Sammy, you better be quiet. Daddy's going to get up and get you, and then everybody will hear Steve saying, shut up. And then then we'll probably hear him fussing at me for being back here instead of watching the dogs. Um, but anyway, yeah, I just have to say Lorraine Newman and the paintings were the best things about this episode. Other than that, I can't really give this a high recommendation or anything. And TJ, you pretty much felt kind of the same?
Yeah, like I was wondering why the twist is I can't remember exactly what. So I guess the guy who previously lived there was not a witch, but he was sort of like, was he protecting what was going on there or whatever? I can't remember. Because we find out the guy who came to help her is actually the guy from the past, and they had to stop the monster or whatever, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, because she says that he doesn't. I don't think he says it. I forget if he, because she's like saying the name of the guy, and she realizes it's him, but I guess he doesn't say his full name until the end of the episode, and then she realizes it's the same guy. I think that's. See, I'm confused, but it's basically that idea. It's
right.
He's come from wherever, or he's been alive for 100 years or whatever, and he fights the evil because he has a sword that's in his cane, I guess, or is that what it is? It's a cane or whatever. And she's like, "How do we fight this creature?" And he's like, "Well, we need silver, and I have this sword that he just all of a sudden has, you know." So he's basically, that's why he talks in his sort of flowery, like Shakespearean kind of, you know, the way he talks, and you know, because I was watching and I was like, why is he talking so different like than everybody else in the episode? And I was like, oh, this makes sense at the end because he's not from this time, I guess. So,
yeah, exactly.
So I mean, all
right. So I guess we'll move on to the last episode of the night, which is Fool's Gold, which has Jeff Conaway in it. Everybody remembers Jeff Conaway, right?
From Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. That's his most famous role. He was the almost rapist in that movie. No, I know. He's from. He was in Taxi. And he was in Grease.
In Grease.
He got his song stolen by John Travolta because John Travolta wanted to sing Grease Lightning.
Grease Lightning.
Even though in the play, Kaneki sings that song. But, you know, whatever.
Well, whatever, John Travolta.
Yeah, John Travolta. Who's he?
What do you think of this episode, TJ?
So I just ate something.
He's eating another one of those candy critters.
By the way, the guy who directed The Trouble with Mary Jane and The Deal in Tales from the Dark Side is in this episode as a character. TJ Castronovo.
Yep.
I'll say it slow because I don't know how to pronounce the name.
You did a good job, though.
Thank you. This was like, I don't know. It has a troll in it. So these three people are. Well, it starts off with this guy, and he's working on they're construction workers, and he's working in the basement. This crack. He's using his pick, and he opens up this sort of little cavern area, and he gets eaten by. He gets eaten. Well, he doesn't get eaten. He gets killed. And
it seems like he's burned.
He gets burnt, and he's all bloody and dead and burnt. And these three other characters, Jeff Conway, Sherry, who's sort of like the foreman. She's sort of like the main person, and Greg. Is that the other guy? Or which is the one that got killed? I can't remember which one got killed. I think Greg is the one that got killed.
There were like 3 of them that went down there and found the other guy, right?
Yeah. Oh no, TJ was the older guy. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's the foreman. Jeff Conaway's sort of the young punky character, and then the other character Joe. He's sort of the older guy who's been with the company for a while, and that kind of. So it's that dynamic. So the characters are fine. They're not overly excitingly interesting. I mean, they basically have their job to do in the movie and in the episode, and they do fine. It's sort of funny that the Sherry character, who's sort of the foreman, is sort of like, well, I'm the boss and you two are the workers kind of thing. And then she sort of ends up being sort of going back into being the crying girl character that's in a horror movie. You know, she's sort of more stereotypical. She starts off like, oh, she'd be more of a stronger character, you would think. Though she does have some moments in it, but overall she seems sort of, because there's a point where she's trying to get away from the monster and she's falling down and she's crawling and stuff like that. I was like, that's a little too like on the nose, you know, the female character in a horror movie type of thing. Anyway, they get trapped in this cavern by this troll creature. Kind of traps them in there so we can kill them off, I guess. And Jeff Conaway's trying to save them, and he gets a pickaxe into the troll, and the troll bleeds, and the blood's sort of like the alien blood from Alien, so the blood kind of
it's like acid
it's like acid. That's right, and it gets all over him, and he dies from the blood acid. Like, okay, well, bye, Jeff.
Yeah, so long. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and then I forget. Does Joe live? Yeah, Joe lives, right?
I think so.
The two of them, yeah, and the girl sort of, like I said, she's sort of trying to get away from the creature, and she's like trying to climb like the rocks, and earlier on they tried to get through the the fallen debris and whatever, but they were having trouble trying to get out, and she manages to like pull down a rock, and it's one of those that lets in the light, and it hits the troll, and the troll starts jumping and screaming because it's it gets turned into stone or something.
Yeah.
So it turns into like a troll gargoyle, I guess. Yeah, I mean, and the episode ends and they get out, and they find gold.
Yeah, they did. They did find gold.
So it's a troll leprechaun hybrid type of situation going on here.
And I just wanted to bring up the creature, the little troll, was played by Debbie Lee Carrington, who was another. I hope I can get away with saying this little person.
You can say that.
Okay.
You can't say the other word. Which ruins that episode of Buffy for me. But anyway.
Yeah. So she played in a lot of different roles over the years.
Oh, she's in Total Recall. She's the one who got machine gunned. I love that.
She was a Martian rebel in Total Recall.
Yeah, she was the blonde.
She was an Ewok in Return of the Jedi, and in subsequent TV movies, she was an elf in the Polar Express. She also, her film career began when she was in college, and she replied to an ad for extras in a newsletter published by Little People of America for Under the Rainbow, a film about the Munchkins.
Have you seen that movie?
I have not.
That's a weird ass movie. It's got Carrie Fisher and Chevy Chase, right? Is it Chevy? Yeah, Chevy Chase. It's about the making of The Wizard of Oz, but it's really about the little people, and because there were stories that the little people were getting drunk and having parties during the filming of that, which some reports are like that really didn't happen, but this is sort of like if that really happened, but to the nth degree, and then there's a mystery in there where I think Carrie Fisher works for the studio, and then I think Chevy Chase is like a reporter or something like that. I don't know. It's sort of like foul play, but with little people.
She this is interesting too. She also performed as a stunt double, often for child actors and dolls that had come to life in films like Titanic and the Child's Play slasher film series. So she did a lot of work. Sadly, she died in 2018 and she was only 58, but she had had a lot of health complications. She was also, she evidently played a duck in Howard the Duck as well.
Was she the duck at the beginning with the naked
Oh,
duck?
you talking about the one that had the boobs?
Yes.
The shower.
The duck with the nipples? Yeah, that duck.
I don't know. They just say duck, so I'm not sure.
Oh, that one should have got a special credit, like the zombies. And
She was on Harry and the Hendersons as Little Bigfoot.
Okay.
She played Valerie Vomit in the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
I'm looking at the pictures on IMDb. There was an episode of Married with Children where at the end it was these little aliens that used Al's socks for like fuel to save their planet. There's a picture of all the little aliens. And I'm like, oh, that's a big role. She played one of the aliens.
She played an alien father in Men in Black. So that's...
Well, they couldn't get Billy Barty wasn't available.
She played Tiffany in Bride of Chucky.
Okay.
And she was in... she played a creature. It's just called a creature in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
The movie or the TV show?
I think it was the television series.
Yeah.
She was in Dexter, Nip and Tuck. A lot of she was a Chucky double in Curse of Chucky.
Oh, she got to play both sides. She got to play Chucky and Tiffany.
She was herself in Seed of Chucky. DVD deleted scenes uncredited. Yeah. So. Yeah.
No, it's funny. It was just talking about her. I was thinking about how whenever there's something with little people, they get all the little people because there's not enough acting roles for an actor who's a little person, right? So they did that show Once Upon a Time, and all the dwarves were normal sized people. I thought that was kind of like, oh, that's not nice. Exactly. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. Anyway.
But I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was interesting as well. But this episode for me is another one that's just okay.
It's a meh. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not a horrible episode, but it's not going to be in my top 10 or anything like that of Monsters episodes. And, in all honesty, I think you're going to hear probably both me and TJ say that about a lot of these episodes, just because I'm not saying this was an awful show. I'm not going to go into Wes's territory and, say that that's why nobody talks about it because it's an awful show. But it didn't seem to catch fire, I guess, like Tales from the Dark Side did. I think Tales from the Dark Side kind of blazed a trail. And then for this to follow on the heels of that show ending, I think that was probably the biggest downfall, the biggest detrimental thing to this series was that it came on the heels of a show that had probably, I would say it must have had more money behind it. And they could make, just thinking about the case of a case of the Stubborns, the makeup effects for that were a lot better than almost all of the episodes that we've talked about tonight for monsters, and that was just one episode, Tales from the Dark Side.
Well, like in this episode, the troll's face was all right. The body was just sort of like a furry suit that was painted to match the rest of it. It's like there was no real, articulation to the look of it. Just wasn't exciting. I mean, like I said, the face was fine, but the rest of it was like, whatever.
I think the two best episodes for me out of all of these that we talked about tonight is Holly's House and My Zombie Lover. That would
Those are my top two out of this first 12.
Holly's House just so creepy and bizarre and out there, and My Zombie Lover because of how they set it up and how they mixed in a lot of comedy. It might have been some dark comedy, but they still mixed that in there. And I think that
if they really ate the brother, that would have been dark comedy. But we didn't. They didn't show that, so we only can speculate.
They alluded to it, but we didn't actually see that. But that was just a fun overall episode. And then to give you the creepy crawlies, the Holly's House episode would definitely do that. I think it did the best it could in the creepy department for a television series episode. I think it did very well. So, well, unless TJ's got anything else to say about Fool's Gold, guess I'll try to tie this stream up because we went on almost 4 hours with.
Yeah, and this was only 12 episodes, so it's.
But we talked about other things too.
Yeah.
But I want to thank TJ for being on here with me tonight, and
thank you.
Barring anything happening, we'll be back next Wednesday with another 12 episodes, and then that will end the season 1, and then of course we'll be moving on to the first half of the season 2 episodes. Now I got to come up with something for Thursday night because I want to try out this damn green screen that's sitting over here to my right, and I want to be able to use it and try it out and see what everybody thinks of it. And this one better be better than the one that I strapped onto my chair, or Steve's probably going to be pissed at me because he was like, he saw where the stuff flashed up. My orders flash up on the Echo devices. I could turn that off, but I thought, what the heck? He's my husband. I don't care if he knows what I order and what I don't order. But he saw that this morning and he said, what is that? That looks like another green screen. Why do you need another green screen? You've got one. And I said, yes, but Steve, the one that I've got, I liked it for a long time. And then I discovered, well, this one's got shadows in it and stuff like that. And the reason why it's got shadows is because the fabric's not quite tight enough. I figured with this one, this is like a pull-up thing, and it's almost like a screen that you pull down to project movies or film strips on.
Yeah.
And my idea is that it's going to be tighter. And it got really good reviews and stuff like that. So you guys can help me be the judge of whether this thing is good or not. And if it's not, we're not going to tell Steve. So, because he's like, well, what are you going to do with the other one? I said, you mean the other one that's stuck behind my desk here and not taking up any space? You mean that one? I said, well, I might try to either give it to somebody or sell it if I could. Probably end up having to give it to somebody because nobody ever wants to buy anything. The Crypt Sweeper saying Steve just likes to piss and moan. Well, I think I like to piss and moan sometimes too, but I'm not even going to go there tonight. 71, you said, I hope it didn't cause an issue. If you're talking about the green screen, not really. I just, if I don't try to argue with Steve about it, if I just let him say what he wants to say and just say, yes, dear, I got that, dear, yes, and go on, then a lot of times that'll diffuse it. If I try to argue with him about it, it'll just make things worse. So that's going to be my tactic anyway until that tactic doesn't work anymore. So I'm going to try to come up with something for tomorrow night to do to be able to utilize the green screen. Friday's usually my day off where I don't do a stream, so I probably won't be on then. Saturday, what do we got going on? We got House on Sorority Row watch along, 7 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday, and I think I got it for 7 on Sunday. We're going to be doing the Goonies watch along, or I'm going to be doing the Goonies watch along. And anybody that wants to join in on one or both of those is welcome to do so. I'm hoping we have a bunch in here for the Goonies, at least, because
I'll
that's
try to make that one. I think I might be able to. We'll see.
that's a lot of our the people that are in here now, and TJ and mine, and like CK and Uncle Bill. That's a lot of people's like childhood movie, or one of their childhood movies that they really remember growing up.
Garrett must like it because it has Corey Feldman in it.
Yep, exactly. Maybe I could get Garrett on here too.
Oh, it has an Oscar winner in it also.
Yes, it does.
Friday, I'm going to see. I think it's a anniversary screening of Night of the Demons, and whenever that came out, with Linnea Quigley's going to be there.
That's awesome.
I met her a few times. She's very nice.
I've met her once, and she was really sweet when I met her.
Her PJ Souls and Felissa Rosa, my like the friendliest. Like Heather Langenkamp was really nice, but all right, top 4. Those are the top 4 friendliest.
Felissa Rose is like horror sweetheart, I think, because
she was great on JoJo, even though they didn't really need her because there was no mangled anything that she needed to.
But she is just the sweet. She treats everybody just the sweetest that she can be with everybody. I don't think that woman has ever had a bad day, and if she's had a bad day, she hides it very well. And I always encourage people, if you've never met Felissa Rose and you see her at a convention, definitely go up and meet her because she is so cool.
And PJ Scholes used to give you free photos. I don't know if she still does that, but she would never charge for a photo whenever I've seen.
I'm trying to remember. It's been several years, and me and Steve got a picture with her. I don't think she charged us for that.
No, she even has. I don't charge for. She even has in her little. Like I said, I haven't seen her within the last few years. So, but
and Felissa Rose didn't charge me for a photo, and she only charged me for the one autograph. I had her sign my Sleepaway Camp Blu-ray. Actually, her and Kathy Kami both signed it. Meg, EG, she signed it too. She's really cool as well. But Felissa Rose also gave me, she said, you can pick any picture I got off my table and I'll sign it for you. And I didn't even ask for that. She just, offered to do it, which was really cool. Crypt Sweeper says, have you ever thought about doing any horror literature shows? I haven't really, but if people show an interest in that, I'd be glad to see what I could do about that. 71 has Night of the Demons, and she was asking what movie Felissa Rose was in.
Return to Sleepaway Camp.
Oh, goodness. So let's see. And then Monday, we've got the free-for-all Evil Dead Rise review and discussion free-for-all. And keep in mind, guys, it's not going to be spoiler free. Everybody's going to be throwing everything out there. Again, I hope we have a huge group, as many people as we can get live on this stream. And I think that's about 9 or so people. It'd be awesome if we could get 9 people plus me in here all talking about, different things about Evil Dead Rise. And hopefully we won't break StreamYard by all being on here at one time. I know Uncle Bill says, of course, I don't know if Uncle Bill's internet will be fixed by the time that this goes on. But I think tomorrow night, isn't there something scheduled that CK and Uncle Bill are doing for Dead Pit? I know I seen Uncle Bill's face on there, so I assumed he was gonna be on that stream. It was something about disturbing. What was it? Disturbing horror, something or other. Disturbing and bizarre cases of lost media, horror movies, death footage, TV shows, and more. So that'll be interesting.
Later today, because it is not tomorrow.
Yes, it is. It is now 12:08. Yes, that'll be later today.
If I had tentative plans, but if they don't happen, I would love to discuss Evil Dead Rise live and in color.
Yeah, and if you're not able to do that one, TJ, then maybe when we do the next one of these, we can get your thoughts on Evil Dead Rise before we start talking about the.
It'll be spoiler results of my. Here's a spoiler that I can say that there's no Bruce Campbell physically in this movie. That's what I will say, that he is not physically in this movie.
Right. Well, thank you, Crip Sweeper. You say, this is my first time watching your live stream, and I got to say, you guys should do a full-time podcast. You guys go good together. Well, I appreciate that. Is this somebody you know? Do you know this person, TJ?
No. I don't. I definitely don't.
I can't figure out who it is either. Well, thank you, 71. I think TJ is awesome, too. I think all you guys in the chat are awesome. TJ is a great co-host.
Thanks.
I feel comfortable with TJ. I feel comfortable with most people, but TJ really, we kind of are able to bounce things off of each other, and it's
simpatico. That's the word. Is a word.
Oh, you guys are just being too nice. All these nice things.
Yeah, be a little mean.
Well, Texas says TJ rocks.
Thank you, Texas. Appreciate it.
So, let's see. I think that's all I've got to talk about upcoming. Is there anything that you want to bring up, TJ? You got anything in the works? Any short films or anything?
No, I'm still writing a script I've been writing for the last 6 months.
Well, that's okay.
I keep going to write it, and I go, oh, look, shiny thing. And then I forget to do something.
There's a shiny new toy out. Okay.
There's something I want to do. I want to film it, and it's just like I keep not writing it. And it's like, and my friend who is a cinematographer is moving to New York, and
oh wow.
Well, he said he would visit, and like if we needed him to film stuff, he would, come. I also can he can stay at my place. And
so is he got big? Does he have big plans for New York? Like, is he going to?
He's going to move and kind of see what happens. He's really good, and he does a lot of stuff. So he's going to definitely be finding work and stuff. So I mean, cool. It just depends, how he feels about being there and stuff like that. Sometimes just things you don't like to be somewhere, but so see what happens, and
I mean, I'm sad that he's not going to be close by or anything in case you were to need him in a pinch or something. But I hope things go well for him. I like to see people succeed, and I don't think I'd want to move to New York City though. That I might like to visit New York City, but I don't think I'd want to live there because I had a hard enough a time adjusting to Louisville, and Louisville's nothing if you compare it to New York City. I'm sure. Uh,
New York City. Remember that commercial? Anyway.
Now Crypt Sweeper's going to quit being nice. He says Evil Dead Rises Walmart Evil Dead.
No, that was called Black Friday. Walmart.
Oh, wow.
No, I mean it's in the store. And anyway, it's not. Don't talk about the remake. Dana doesn't like that.
You can talk about the remake, but that'll just open me up to be talking about how shitty it is.
I can't wait to see you and the Dead Pit guys do the stream on that. I can't wait to see.
Man. They're going to hold me big if I do that.
With old Curly Jaw's version 2.6.
I would rather see old Curly Jaw's version of an Evil Dead remake than to ever watch that 2013 remake.
Well, you saw his trailer for the Amityville movie with that, whatever that guy
with Mormo.
That's what his name. Yeah, that Mormo.
Yeah. Now Mormo, Curly Jaws told me Mormo hated Evil Dead Rise. He absolutely hated it. And Curly Jaws, I don't know if he's seen it yet because he told me, he said, I'm torn because you pretty much liked it, but Mormo hated it. So he didn't know if he should go spend the money to go see that at the movies. But,
yeah. No, I like Black Friday, Texas. Just making the joke.
Black Friday is like George Romero zombies on steroids or something coming into the it's like on Dawn of the Dead when they're all going around the mall and stuff. Only these damn zombies are more aggressive. Black Friday zombies are or somebody should do like a Black Friday zombie movie. That's what they need to do. That would be fun. There you go, TJ. You could make a short film about Black Friday zombies.
Okay. Let me write this other one I haven't written yet.
You got to finish that other one first. 71, I don't know where old Curly Jaws is tonight. He didn't get to come in on the Burbs watch along because he was just too wiped out. So maybe, and I'm not making fun of the guy, but he does partake of a lot of gummies. So maybe he took a few gummies and took a nap or something. I don't know. So anyway, it is now 12:15, and I know TJ's got to get some sleep, and I've eventually
my eyes are barely open, so it's
TJ will be like, I can't.
So let's go for another 5. No, that's not.
We'll go for another 4 hour and 15 minute show.
Goodbye, chat.
But thank you everybody for stopping in. Thanks, Crypt Sweeper. I hope you've subscribed so you can keep abreast of all the new things coming up. I try not to say, please subscribe all the time. But I'm not making fun of anybody that does that or says that that's bad.
Like, subscribe, press the little bell button, and you get the notifications on.
If I was as popular as like Dead Pit, maybe. But I just feel like I'm one of the thousands or millions or whatever of schmoes out there on YouTube.
There's a guy who goes, give a big like or a little like, depending on your thumb size.
Crypt Sweeper did subscribe. Well, I thank you, Crypt Sweeper. I'll try to keep you entertained. But on that note, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night. And I will see everyone on the flip side.
Okay.
You got the goodbye from TJ. So bye, everybody. Good night, TJ. See you next time.